Hello everyone and welcome to LEAP Summit 2021. We are a bit sad that we cannot welcome you physically this year, but we are saying a warm and big hello from the Verne University here in Zagreb. For this year's agenda, we prepared more than 50 speakers, very interesting panel discussion, and among next 2 days, we hope to inspire a new and future innovators, entrepreneurs, and leaders among all of you. We have 3 stages, and we will quickly jump to the green stage, where we will welcome Ognjen Zlatev, Head of Representation of European Commission in Croatia, who will give you a welcome speech for this year's summit. Enjoy a speech, and see you later.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, or should I say dear leapers, my name is Ognjen Zlatev, and I'm really glad to be able, on behalf of the European Commission representation in Croatia, to greet you all at this year's LEAP Summit. It is great to be back with you at LEAP. Over the past 5 years, it has grown into one of the largest international conferences for entrepreneurial and innovative young people in the European Union. This is really the next generation EU. Young, socially active and engaged citizens who actively contribute with their ideas and attitudes on the topics that make our future and the essential component of our development. Technology is innovation-driven, but innovations are driven by curious minds. These are the building blocks of the future, and this is why we're here to support you. For the European Commission, we have focused our work on topics which will form the basis of the future of Europe. These are, of course, things like the digital transition and the Green Deal. I strongly believe that these are the most pressing themes for young people today. The reason is that it is the young people who need to build a green and digital Europe, as it will be the backbone of their future. The slightly more experienced ones among us, like myself, not to say older, are of course part of this process. But the young people should be the carriers of ideas. My point is that even in times of crisis, Europe is showing its unity and leadership. Croatia is, of course, not alone as part of the European Union. Unlike during the last financial crisis, for example, now Croatia is part of the European family, and we will weather this crisis together. How will this be done? The European Commission has proposed one instrument for Europe's recovery, called the Next Generation EU. Together with the new multi-annual financial European budget, it amounts to historical 1.8 trillion euro. This is the largest ever budget of the European Union. Very significant firepower for financing the Europe of tomorrow. So why is the program called Next Generation EU? This is because it is an agenda for the future, for young people, for the next generations. What do we want to achieve with this program? We want to achieve a green, digital, and resilient Europe. By the way, it is very encouraging to see that you are able to discuss all of these 3 very hot issues on the various stages at this year's LEAP. We want to make Europe the first climate-neutral continent by 2050. We have already committed to reducing CO2 emissions at least 55% in this decade, and to protect at least 30% of land and seas in Europe. We need to think green. We need to use less energy, use more renewable energy sources, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Of course, there are many other ways we need to think green. We need to protect our environment, our natural beauty, our seas and our oceans. You are the digital generation. There is no dilemma for you. You already live in the digital transition. Again, for the older ones among us, this is not as easy as it is for you, but we're trying. We have to, because the digital transition is inevitable. But the digital transition is not just YouTube, social networks, e-schools. It is much more than this. It is also the development of supercomputing and quantum computing, blockchain and artificial intelligence. It is the deployment of secure, very high-capacity network infrastructures, including 5G networks. It also includes other technologies that will help the green transition. Digital skills are crucial for the future. There is a growing demand for digitally skilled employees across Europe. I'm sure that some of you will be part of the generation that will develop new technologies, and it is through digitalization that you improve the quality of life and work for all of us. Finally, I would stress the importance of science. Science to innovate and to find solutions to the challenges of our age. This means that scientists must have the resources they need to carry out their work. For example, today's most talked about vaccines based on mRNA technology are a billion-dollar idea. This was not always the case. And yes, it was partly due to the fact that the pioneers behind this technology had access to EU funds and grants that this idea made it to the market. And it is a very spectacular way. Our scientists and innovators must be free to explore the boundaries of knowledge. To this end, governments must support clean science and fundamental research. This is the cornerstone of human progress. In addition to clean science, we need transdisciplinary science, connecting researchers with businesses, but also with users and civil society. With this in mind, we have developed our new research program called Horizon Europe. It is the world's largest publicly funded transnational research and innovation program. We will also launch new innovation missions with the aim of transforming the way we live and operate on the planet through Horizon Europe. The topic is therefore much more challenging and interlinked. Again, finally, please allow me to also mention a new initiative at the European level. You may or may not yet have heard about the launch of the platform on the Conference on the Future of Europe. This is part of our initiative to stimulate debate. Health, climate change, quality and sustainable jobs is in an increasingly digital economy. The state of our democratic societies. These are all the topics on which we want to hear your voice and your opinion. We invite you to openly express your opinion and to launch a debate on everything which you want to talk about, and ultimately give your ideas on what kind of Europe you want to live in. With this platform, we offer everyone the opportunity to contribute in shaping the future of Europe in cooperation with other citizens from all over Europe. This is an excellent opportunity to bring Europeans together virtually. Join the debate. Together, we can build the future we want for our Union. The digital platform is fully interactive and multilingual. Users can cooperate and discuss their proposals with fellow citizens from all over member states in the 24 official EU languages, so that there is no boundary to what you can say and express your ideas. Dear all, over the past 5 years, LEAP has gathered over 10,000 participants from more than 40 countries. Over 200 speakers graced these stages, albeit virtually now. More than 2 million people were reached. Your enthusiasm and your interest in a demonstration is a demonstration that you really do want to learn and have a say about your future. I invite you all to get involved. Enjoy LEAP and take part in the conferences on the future of Europe, which will take place over the coming months. At the end, all my gratitude to the organizer of this opportunity today. Dear LEAPers, good luck and enjoy the summit.
Wow, what an inspiring welcome speech. This was a great way to start this year LEAP Summit. And we will start a first speech on our today's Idea and Tech stage with a glass of wine. Our next speaker would say that behind the good wine and good craft beer is always a good idea. And of course, years of hard work. He has more than 18 years being a digital marketing specialist, and he's also a CEO of Grape Group. So please welcome Dario Dermac, who will tell us how to sell wine worldwide with the good storytelling. Enjoy.
Hi, my name is Dario Dermac, and I'm CEO and co-founder of Grape Group. First of all, let me tell you a bit about myself to provide you with some context of who we are, what we're trying to build, and what we're trying to achieve in the near future. My background is in digital marketing. I'd worked for one of the biggest advertising agencies at that time for more than 10 years as a digital marketing director. And at the same time, I co-founded one of the first wine bars in Zagreb, Wine Bar Basement. It was the first and novel concept at that time. There was nothing similar. We tried to focus on small production wines, only Croatian products, only Croatian winemakers. We had cheeses, prosciuttos, and everything from small Croatian producers. It was the place for wine lovers. So if somebody would come from a tourist from any country to Zagreb, and he was liking wine, Basement was a place to go. They would come to Basement, they would have the chance to experience something different, some indigenous varieties, taste some different wines that nobody else had. We were the first one who had more than 120 different wine labels by the glass, serving them and accompanying them with indigenous Croatian products. So through that, I met a lot of different winemakers, a lot of different people from the wine industry, and through conversations with them, we detected that there are different challenges and different problems that they're encountering in everyday business they do. So everything we do in the Grape Group is a combination of three things I love: wine, digital marketing, and digital technology. As you can see on the slide behind me, there's a lot of things that we do. But what we try to focus with each of these brands is focus on a certain problem in the wine industry that we detected. For example, craft technology makes it possible for small producers of olive oil, craft beer, and wine to easily open wine shop, easily build a loyalty club, build an app for point of sale so they can sell their wine on their location, issue invoices. And in the background, it provides them with a technology that gathers all the information from those different touch points and gather it in the same place, enabling a winemaker to have a bird's eye view on his customers. Where are they buying, what are they buying, and how much are they buying? This is something that they were not able to do until now. Now, if somebody would visit their wine cellar, they would take their data and write it on a piece of paper, which they would lose eventually. They didn't have anything about their customers and their buyers. Wine & More is a unique combination of lifestyle portal, e-commerce, and a marketplace. And the newest member of our family is Tipsy. Tipsy is specialized in express deliveries of everything you need for a party. You need drinks, you need beer, you need wine, you need ice. You order it, and you're gonna have it delivered to your home address within 150 minutes in Zagreb. And we deliver until 10 in the evening, everything according to actual COVID regulations. But not to go too wide of the topic, I'm here today to talk about Wine & More and how to sell wine through storytelling. So let me tell you a story on how it all began. In the far 2017, the problem occurred. People are coming to Croatia, tasting Croatian wines, loving it. And then they have to go home, but they cannot carry any more than 2 bottles of their wine home. So they go home, have those 2 bottles of wine, and what then? They remember how it was beautiful in Croatia, how they enjoyed wine, how they enjoyed Croatia. And then they want to buy a few bottles of that wine, but there's nowhere to buy it. There's no shops that sell Croatian wine, and there's very, very few resources about Croatian wine around them. So this challenge brought a group of friends who shared the same passion to join forces and to find a solution. All of these friends have different backgrounds. Some are experts in digital marketing, some in analytics, sales, and of course, in wine. And the idea came to be, after a few bottles of wine, a lot of conversation and talk, the idea was, let's create a community, tell a story, and share wine and craft beer content with all beer and wine enthusiasts all over the world. And the idea became a solution, and there, Wine and More came to be. The goal is to create a context for people who love and buy wines. As my good friend Gary Vaynerchuk says, content is the king, but context is a god. And we wanted to create a context. Wine and More is a combination of two key things: storytelling, content lifestyle portal, where we talk about wines, craft beer, winemakers, wine regions. Through that, we create context, where somebody's gonna come and wanna read about it, educate themselves. And usually, at other places, if somebody reads something about wine, beer, or craft products, he's gonna read it, the interest is gonna be created. He's gonna want to buy that product. But then he has to go somewhere else and find that product and buy it somewhere else. What we did is combined creating a context, creating the interest, and combine it with creating a place where they can buy that products. So we combined content portal with e-commerce marketplace. So we create the interest through content, and we answer that interest through e-commerce. So to create the context, we had to create a lot of interesting articles, a lot of interesting stories. We created context through storytelling about Croatian wines. 5 things you didn't know about Croatia and Croatian wines. About wine and health. 10 reasons why drinking wine is good for you. About legendary winemakers who explain why terroir is really important for wine and how to put terroir in the bottle. About types of beer, ale versus lager. Who wouldn't want to know what's the difference between ale and lager? And we talked about beginnings of Croatian craft scene and its participants. We even covered the topic of olive oils. How and what do you need to know about olive oil's harvest, and how from the harvest becomes really good product of really good olive oil. We even demystified some urban legends. I don't know how many of you know that origin of Zinfandel, one of the most famous Croatian world variety, is originated in Croatia as Crljenak Kaštelanski. This was a story that's written all over the world. Many publications are written about it, but not too many people know about it. And what we did is took all of those informations and put it in a really interesting format that tells the story in a video. And we had like awesome results for this video. We even covered some more stories. I don't know, have you ever wondered why your head aches when you have a few glasses of wine or something else? Maybe it's bad wine. Maybe you had too much. Maybe you didn't drink any water. That's a question that people often ask. Why do I have a headache after I drink some wine or beer? And we covered that topic also. We provided an answer that's backed up by research, but I'm going to leave that up to you for later on to come to Wine and More and check it out. I'm not going to give you the whole answers why your headache aches after drinking a few glasses of wine. We even took one of our partners and sent them on a trip through the USA to find the best brisket. It was a tough job, but he made it alive. He spent a lot of time traveling the US, tasting briskets and beer, and he wrote a really interesting piece on his travel. We even discovered the secret of how must turns into wine. And believe me, we had to spend a lot of time in wine cellars talking with winemakers to discover this secret. And it's really interesting. You can check it out. But key thing is we didn't forget to tell the story that sells. So creating a context, writing about some winemaker, about some wine, creating the interest, and within that interest, positioning the product. So making it very easy for average user to purchase that product in the second when he has the interest. And we used all of those articles, content, illustrations, animations, videos, and adapted it to social media as one of the key channels through which communicate the content that we created. The interest among our audience has been created, and the fruits of our labor are behind me. There's a lot of statistics, a lot of people are reading our articles, sharing it, commenting it, but I want to emphasize two key things. 205 people from 205 different countries are consuming our content, reading it, sharing it, liking it. And more than 70% of users that come and visit our site are consuming the content and buying the wine. So, what have we learned so far? We learned that content sells. It's a key point. And the key thing is that 70% of people that bought something on Wine and More have consumed some content prior to that. We have increase in sales year to year. This year is going to be even better. But what is important, it's not easy to produce content. It's not easy to write article that somebody is going to read. For each article that we create, we invest a lot of time in keyword research as a preparation of what are people looking for, what are people searching. We put a lot of effort in design, animations, and then writing. And when we publish the article, there's a lot of work to do to follow how is that article performing and optimizing it during that time. So there's no overnight results. Wine and More is a project that is 3 years old, and we're just starting. There's a lot of things to do, there's a lot of things to optimize, and we're just at the beginning. And the safe and timely delivery has no alternative. I often say that we picked the worst product to ship and sell online because wine and beer is hard to package, bulky, it breaks. Every broken bottle that you ship to the customer is a potential problem. Returns are too expensive when bottles are broken. So we invested in packaging and shipping, and every of our partners get a special box and special packaging that we use, so they can package and ship their wines. With this new package, we decreased our breakage. So at the beginning, we had 30% breakage out of all the shipments. And with new packaging, a different approach, and optimization of shipping processes, we decreased that breakage from 30% to 3%. User experience is more important than price. There's no better promoter of our product than satisfied customer. But there's only one who is better, and that's unsatisfied customer. Unsatisfied customer is going to be the worst promoter, but if we somehow manage to convert that unsatisfied customer into satisfied customer, there's no better than that. And mistakes are inevitable. And we shouldn't shy from the mistakes. We should try to accept them, learn something from them, and improve from them. So what's next? As I said, we're just starting and we're just at the beginning. We're preparing a wine club. From all our experiences and talks and conversations with our buyers, customers, we concluded that they want something new. They want something different. They want their dose of wine, craft beer, and olive oil regularly. So how to solve that? We are in the process of making a wine club. We have a waiting list that's filling up really good. But the idea is that people can subscribe, pick a package. Do they want to receive a mixed package of wine, beer, olive oil, or they just want to receive wine, and pick a timely interval when they want to receive that wine to their home address. They're going to pay in advance. For us, it's going to create a new revenue stream that's constant, and for our customers, they're going to receive their wine regularly, and they're going to know when they can expect it. So all of this to make Wine and More as a concept, as a marketplace possible. We have two segments. Online, we do marketing, promotion, sales, customer support. And our partners do the heavy lifting. They do shipping, packaging, and fulfillment. That basically means that we, in every country, have a partner, in US, Europe, each country in Europe, who has the wine on stock. So we do the sales, they do the packaging. When we receive the order, they package the order and ship it to the home address, wherever that address is. So our next step is expanding our reach. Currently, we have a challenge in the UK because of the Brexit, so we're working with a partner to open that market again, and we're working with a partner to open a Swiss market. So those are the markets that have big potential. So some vision in the future of Wine & More is to become a central place in world of wine, where somebody is going to come to read, watch videos, educate themselves about wine, and going to be able to order every wine in the world in one place. So combination of education, information, and possibility to buy that product. And we're building that, and we're pretty sure that we're on the right way. We just need a bit more time to finish it. And that's it. Here are links to our projects, and thank you for your attention.
Moving on to our next speaker, we will welcome one lady who is originally Spanish but living in Croatia for the last 15 years. She is a certified service designer and co-founder of Prokotip Innovation Consulting. Mrs. Carmen Calvo will tell us more about innovation and service technologies in Croatia. Please give her a very warm digital welcome and enjoy her speech.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Carmen Calvo. My name is Carmen Calvo. I am from Spain, but living in Croatia already 17 years. That's I feel that I am 50-50 Croatian and Spanish. I'm here today to speak to you about innovation and service design in Croatia. And I would like to pass through who we are. As Prokotip, we are a company, an agency doing service design, offering service design here in Croatia. Also pass through the need of innovation disciplines in the actual market, and a bit of the value of design in business, and passed through shortly our case study that we finished a few months ago in the kindergartens of the city of Zagreb. So let's start. Prokotip is an innovation consulting company. At Prokotip, we bring innovation to your business, or the business of our clients, to your business, by focusing in the experience of your customers. So listening to the changes in the market and trying to giving them place in our making business, in our offering, our way of making business, okay? Prokotip, we like to say that Prokotip is innovation through service design. So we offer ways of innovation to our clients through service design, designing your service or redesigning your services. Here we have Nicolina, my colleague, and me. We are the co-founders and directors of the company. The company is 4 years old. It's really a baby. But working in Croatia with a lot of projects going on, and many clients satisfied. So here we have a slide with the family of innovation disciplines that I choose to show you. Maybe there are a few more members, but these are the main members of our family. User experience design. User experience designers works in making user-friendly the digital experience of using digital products, these functions, and in which way we are going to digitalize some experience. User experience design. We have also agile methods. Maybe you have heard about, sure you have heard about Scrum or Canvas. They are frameworks for, let's say, managing projects of developing or creating digital products. But is agile methods, you have heard about them. Customer experience optimization, because customer experience is not only by digital channels, but it's a general experience, in a face-to-face experience or in the store, and all of this experience make you your customer experience. And we work in customer experience optimization. Is all of these touch points from you with your customer needs to be optimized or innovated and getting better and better. So customer experience optimization and design thinking, not like a process or like a methodology, but like a way of thinking, is the way of thinking of the designer, of a designer. So you see a new need or a situation, and you try to develop a solution or an object that address this new need. So this is this way of thinking, and in this group is also business design or strategy design or service design, as we are. No? Okay, is this the family or these innovation disciplines? Then a bit of numbers. McKinsey, this good-known consulting company, each year now they are working a lot in this the business value of design, of researching in this the role of design in business, and they have a report some time, from time to time, and in one of them they affirm that design-driven companies have generated more revenue and more returns to shareholders than the respective benchmarks in several industries. And they visualize this data like 10% more revenues and 21% more total returns to shareholders in these kind of companies that listen to their customers in this way and redesign their offer often than the others. No? So because what matters to people, of course, matters to business. And now I would like to show you a video that we make some months ago to show the process of the service design, so the stages, not these 5 phases or stages of service design process. So let's watch the video.
Procotip presents Design in Business. Providing a service used to be easy. On one hand, there was a demand, and on the other hand, the offer. Engaging in the transaction was spontaneous. Today, service delivery is almost a science, primarily due to inconsistency, uncertainty, complexity, rapid change, digitization. All these phenomena of the modern market create the environment in which it's necessary to constantly adjust, innovate, listen to others, modify distribution channels or way of communication. Above all, creativity is critical for survival and market relevance. In order to encourage creativity and innovation, a methodology has been formed, and it's called service design. What is service design? To help portray the answer as vividly as possible, we'll use one famous metaphor of this methodology. Imagine the following. You have 2 bakeries located on the same street, selling the same bread at the same price. In that case, service design is the set of reasons that encourages the customer to buy in one bakery instead of the other. Like the bakeries in the example, companies that have embraced service design principles will have 30% higher annual revenue growth than those who did not. So we have Bakery A and Bakery B. Bakery A considers its service traditional and doesn't see the need to change it because it has survived this way for 2 decades. It doesn't pay attention to the changes in its business ecosystem or listen to user feedback. Bakery B decides to listen to its customers. While it may seem like a simple decision at first, It is a holistic process of several stages that systematically improve all service dimensions and puts the customer first. Let us briefly explain the process by which Bakery B is run. Bakery B, in cooperation with a team of service designers, collects customer data through in-depth interviews, observes their interactions with the service it offers, and reveals all unmet needs, motivations, longings. Besides, it analyzes best practices, follows trends, and seeks relevant insights within the industry. After collecting a large amount of data, service designers and Bakery B put that data together to inspire the creation of new or improved services and processes. Data is converted into insights representing an understanding of needs, which service designers use in interactive workshops with Bakery B employees to create a new or redesigned service. However, the idea is not yet a solution. Bakery B is left to choose one or a set of ideas, based on which a new service prototype will be made. The prototype can be graphically visualized or presented digitally, depending on the industry. It is then introduced to customers, who test it, and is refined in multiple iterations. Iterations are a key part of the process that is required to complete the final version that will fit the market needs. The newly created Bakery B service is now ready for implementation and is eagerly awaited by the customers. We call this process service design. Service design brings Bakery B increase in user growth rate and satisfaction of end customers, higher internal productivity due to process optimization and canceling those processes that are not important to the user, lower costs and revenue growth. Constant listening to customer needs today is a necessity and by no means a luxury. It's easy if you team up with us. Yours, Procotip.
Procotip working in Croatia, but around the world we have many other companies doing the same thing, offering consultancy in service design. In London, Silicon Valley, IDEO, for instance, is a benchmark in our industry, in our area, in service design, making this kind of consultancy already 20 years. Silicon Valley, also London, Lifework, Engine, Frog, Fjord. These are all companies very good known in our field. If you want to have a look of these web pages, they have amazing projects with Google, with IKEA, with Coca-Cola, Volkswagen, improving the service that they are and modernizing the digitalization and innovating, creating new things with them. Service design and the need of innovation disciplines. I put here 6 reasons why design in business. So, why is important to design new services and design new business models and new strategies in business, no? And use design for this, not design disciplines. 6 reasons, going very quickly through them. Improve customer experience. This is a challenge that we have to tackle because, in saturated and mature markets as ours, our market is very mature and saturated. We have to difference our offer from the other with our competitors, taking care of the experience of our customer, in several ways. Servitization of the economy. Each product is also a service. We know this, but in the day-to-day working of our company, we have to have this in mind and create a community, taking care of the pre-service, after service, these touch points that we said. The service is I will say that it's maybe more important than the product itself. So servitization of the economy, new technologies and connectivity possibilities that we have to include and we have to be aware of them in our definition of the product models, business model, service, and include, be very open to new technologies and connectivity and including our offering. Get prepared for the future using these scenarios and following new trends and being aware in the changes on our customer habits and in the same time having the capacity to be open to the change, to changes, to innovation, and include this in our offering. No? So get prepared for the future and open to these new opportunities that these all elements create for us. No? So if we don't follow these trends and we are not open to change, this huge amount of opportunity that we have now in our situation in the market, we will miss them. No? And our competitors will take advantage of them, and we are going to be second league, no? And not ever more the first league. No? So new opportunities and digital services, of course, not only digitalization of existing services, but also creating totally new digital services. As gaming is a huge area for innovation, or the esports, or education, banking, everything, digital services that are, we have to be aware that we have to be present. No? We have to digitalize our services. Okay, this is reasons. Areas of innovation. Maybe when we think about innovation, we tend to think about product innovation. So we think in startups making things and developing new coding applications, and maybe electrical cars, and innovation in this way. Products, new innovative products. But it is only this central part, this orange part. But the innovation opportunities embrace all the company, all the areas of the company. They will embrace also the profit model, the business model innovation. You have also to think about the way in which you are making money. You are not only making money in the classical example, selling hamburgers, but also in the renting of the places in which your franchise are selling hamburgers. So it's thinking about new opportunities, also in the configuration of your business, and also, of course, in the experience of your customer. No, this here, the service design is acting more in this area, not only also in the other ones, but more in this service channel, brand, and customer engagement. But this is innovation areas. I have chosen these two examples of innovative companies. One is from the banking sector in Spain. This BBVA bank, they are doing a great job in digitalizing banking services. They had 15 years ago. They have only 4 when they start this way. 15 years ago, they have only 4 employees in the department of service design. Service design department, only 4 employees. Nowadays, after 15 years, they have 400 service designers working in digitalizing and creating new banking service, because this sector is living a huge disruption. No? So banking sector, also a great opportunity for service designers to work on it and redesign experiences. And public sector is giving services all the time to their citizens. No? So it's also a huge area for service design, for designing services and digitalizing service. So if you want also Google it and have a look to the work that they are doing in the government of UK in this area, is also amazing, really, really interesting. They have also a lot of service designers working inside the government as employees in the government. Service design also as tool in digital product development. Working together with developers, service designers are the responsibles of optimizing and developing a good, proper digital products. Because maybe you know that 80% of applications, platforms, and digital products that are developed, ready-to-use products, are never used. Never one user use this application or this digital product. Why? Because they don't make this first research, synthesis, ideation, and understand what is needed to digitalize, and not only sit and starting to code. No? So this is really, really important, this collaboration and complementation about, between service designers and developers. No? Okay, if you want to know a bit more, I can suggest this reading. This is Change by Design. Author is Tim Brown, and if you want to go a bit deeper, you can have a look. It's really good. I have not a commission ever, but it's interesting. Service design, as I said, not only as a methodology with stages and a process. It's also a process. It's also a methodology, but it's not only this. No, it's a mindset. It's a mindset open to innovation. It's openness to change. It's being aware that we have not only a bike, and I have now only to ride. No, and forget to the bike. No, only ride. No, you have a bike, and you have to upgrade your bike all the time. No, and being open to changes in your bike. Not only deliver value, but also take care about your bike and introduce innovation in your way of doing things. Public preschool system in the city of Zagreb, very quickly, is this case study that we finished a few months ago. They come to us with this very wide challenge. How might we improve the user experience of all stakeholders inside the public preschool system? With them, we trying to solve this challenge, we don't like to say problems, we say always challenge. They feel the need of changing things in the way of offering their service to the new parents now, parents of 28, 30 years, they have different expectations of this service than maybe parents of 40, 50 years. No? And the parents of a preschool system, they are very young and very used to other kind of consuming information and services. So we go with them through these phases, research, interviewing, good practices award. We make this synthesis, user personas, for them to understand who are the users now. No? So user personas, we map the challenges they are now addressing, and together with them, we create the solution. Together with the employees and together with the users, we co-create this application to facilitate, to make easier the communication between the institution and the users. So we develop this prototype, this clickable prototype, and the screen flow, the functional specification that is ready to develop, to put in the hands of the developer team and starting to code. This is the process, a visualization from the starting challenge to the application, and this 12 steps in this double diamond that you saw in the video that I showed. So, a few reflections for ending this presentation. How can service design help your teams and your organization? Service design helps you to better understand the unmet needs of the people that you are creating for, your customers, your clients, your students, your users, no? To reduce the risk associated with launching new ideas, products, services, new things, innovating, generate solutions that are revolutionary, not just an increasement or an evolution, and to learn and iterate, and including in your DNA the possibility of innovate, no? The openness to change. That's a few projects that we make also this 2 years ago. This is the team, Nicolina and me. You meet us, Anton and Matko, and the extended team that we include by project, depending on the need of our client. And that's it from me. Thank you very much for your time, and I hope that you now know a bit more about service design and about how service design can help you. Thank you very much.
After this inspiring session, we move to our next speaker. He's an electrical engineer by vocation, but his form of specialty is actually artificial intelligence. He would say for himself that he's modernizing factories one by one, and I love that title. So please welcome Marin Beck, who will tell us more how to save our planet implementing digitalization and artificial intelligence in factories.
Hello, my name is Marin Beck. I'm co-founder and CEO of Ascalia, where we use AI and IoT to help factories modernize and be better without a big expense on their equipment. Today, I will talk to you how this AI and IoT can help factories be better, how our production can be better, and in turn, improve our life being on this planet by making it cleaner and safer. Usually, when you talk about factories, people imagine something like this, or usually something like this. A lot of robots, very clean, very nice, very modern, but the reality is actually this. Usually in the factories, you have the situation that people are very much involved still to this day. More than 75% of factories in Europe are SME factories, so not that big BMW, Audi factories, but rather much smaller factories of which you don't even know about. Another problem is that not only people are involved in these factories heavily with their hands on the machine and on the production line, but also machinery is very old. Average age of machinery in European factories is up to 20 years. For comparison, iPhone appeared just 15, 16 years ago. So these machines don't come from the age of IoT. Internet was not so common everywhere, and these devices are definitely not called connected. Therefore, today, when we are used to using AI in our daily lives, when processes in banks and companies and on your phones are all entwined with AI, with automation, digitalization, everything is connected, factories are still set in their ways. Factories and industry in general is very traditional by definition. You create products today more or less the same way you did it 50 or 100 years ago. Piece of metal that's in your car today is very high-tech in terms of materials and precision, but the production processes, for example, are still very much the same. And this means that people and processes and companies are very set in their ways. Traditional companies are very inert to applying new approaches, to applying new technologies to their production. You have to keep in mind that factories usually, as their sole purpose, have profit. That's business. And to improve something just to be cleaner without increasing profitability is a very hard sell to factories and companies. Therefore, Industry 4.0 today is a very hot topic, and Europe, through its initiatives, is pushing towards it for a good reason. But there is a still big barrier to entry. There is still a big pushback from factories to implementing new technologies without a very good reason. But let's first see what is Industry 4.0. Why do we call it Industry 4.0? Well, the reason comes from our elementary school. We all learned about first, second, third, and now fourth industrial revolution. First industrial revolution was in the 1700s when steam engine was introduced. And this allowed factories, then manufacturing, but purely manufacturing from Manu's hands, to be able to automate, to machinize some processes. A bit later, on the turn of the 20th century, second industrial revolution appeared. Most famous example is Henry Ford, who implemented processes in making his cars. So in that case, we already have some kind of automation. We have production lines, we have more intelligent machines. Electricity was the biggest and sole driver of second revolution in industry. Thanks to electricity, we were able to replace steam engines with electrical engines, improving efficiency, improving productivity, and making products better and faster. Third industrial revolution happened in the 80s, and people actually very often confuse third and now fourth revolution. Why? Because in the third revolution, robots appeared. For us, maybe in Croatia, not in the 80s, but in Japan, US, Germany, already in the 80s, factories looked like very science fiction-y places. There were robots, robotic hands. Cars already in the 80s and 90s were made by robots. On the other hand, today, when you talk to a traditional factory and you mention Industry 4.0, even their CEOs sometimes say, yeah, but we already have robots. We are Industry 4.0. Industry 4.0 hasn't much to do with robots themselves. Fourth industrial revolution, which is now going on, is actually bridging the gap between IT and factories. It's bridging the gap between what is now possible using the latest ICT technologies, using chips, AI, semiconductors, digitalization, and merging that with what is normal in factories, with usual mechanical processes in these factories, and making the factory a smarter place in general, making it more adaptable to its environment, making it more adaptable to what is needed by customers and what is possible to do. So we have digitalization on one hand, and on the other hand, we have Industry 4.0. Digitalization is the ground layer, let's say. Digitalization means that, well, quite literally, you take something that's not digital and you make it digital. Why? Because when you make it digital, then computers can understand it. And the big problem in factories is that processes are still very much still on paper. It's very common to go into a factory floor and ask them, hey, how do you tell your workers or your production personnel what they need to do on any given day? And they say, well, we print it out, literally. So you still have a lot of paperwork going on in factories, on shop floors, to be able to plan production, to know exactly what will be done on every given time. And then these workers use these pieces of paper to report back. So if I'm a worker in a, I don't know, we saw a shellfish company. If I'm a worker on the shellfish company, I use the paper to report what was my work hours, how much material we processed, how much scrap was there, and then this paper goes to his supervisor gives that to someone else, then that person enters it literally into Excel, and hopefully someone will process it. This is not only very time consuming, but it's also very prone to mistakes. Because immediately when you depend on people to do something, unfortunately there will be mistakes. If you have a person who is doing something in any factory and they're doing it the whole day, imagine cleaning shellfish entire day for 7.5 hours. You're prone to make mistakes. You will slip. The stone will pass. A bad shellfish will pass. And that's a problem. That's why robotization from Industry 3.0 is important, to automate what is boring and unnecessary for people to do. And then in this process of paperwork and filling it out and sending it forward and retyping it, you end up with a lot of mistakes. And then you cannot rely on data. If data is unreliable, you cannot act upon it. Even though things like Six Sigma, lean manufacturing, etc. appeared also in the 80s in Japan, starting with Toyota, famous Toyota way. If you don't have data that you can trust, you cannot optimize your production. Therefore, digitalization is essential for factories to be able to optimize at least on the process level, if not in technology. But digitalization is not only on the shop floor in factories, it's everywhere around us. Factories and other companies also use it in their marketing, in their business processes, in the back office. All of that is digitalization. Digitalization is not only set on factory and what we do there. Digitalization is everywhere around us today. It goes all the way from implementing ERP systems to the factory. One problem when you want to replace paperwork with digital solutions is the approach, how you do it. Companies that offer factories digitalization solutions sometimes make a grave mistake of simply replacing paper with tablets. And that sounds like way. I mean, it's a good way. The information will automatically be in the system. It's digital. There's no paper waste. But still, you depend on people entering the data. And there is many companies that already did that. There's a lot of companies that already failed because they were doing solely that. And why? Because if you just put a tablet on a machine and you ask the worker to enter some numbers there, what he's doing, very quickly you will see that there is no actual value there. Workers very quickly pick up on the fact that his entering data or not does not influence his productivity. And his only job is to do his goals. All workers in factories always have their norms, how much material they need to process. And then entering anything anywhere is a waste of time for them. So they will just do it at the end of the shift. They will approximate what they did, and data, again, will not be complete. This is why it's important to digitalize also machinery itself. If you have a machine that's operated by an operator, why should the operator type in how much shellfish or metal was processed? The machine basically knows that. You just need to know how to access that data and how to put that data into action. Now we come to Industry 4.0. What is Industry 4.0? It is the bridge between digitalization and machinery and what's cutting edge technology, if you will. So that's the bridge between AI, if you will, and digitalization. It's the bridge between using buzzwords such as deep neural network, auto ML, etc., and factories. And what's the point? The point is not to just say we have AI in our factory. If putting AI in your factory does not improve your productivity or profitability, then it's all in vain. The idea is, by using these advanced technologies to allow to do things which are not possible by humans. AI has this very nice capability that it can process vast amounts of data in very quick time. And this is not only because of AI, it's also because of technology that we have today. AI was around since 50s. So neural networks are not a new concept. That's been around since 60, 70 years ago. What happened, what changed in the last 5 to 10 years is our computing capability. Today's computers can actually process that because that's very, very complex. You can also hear today people discussing, hey, AI, Terminator, we will all die, blah, blah, blah. That's very, very far away because even today, with these very, very strong computers, neural networks that are actually doing things, detecting, I don't know, doing OCR of your ID, processing machine data, etc., are very simplistic in comparison to what you would call a brain. Very, very simplistic, but very compute intensive. Thanks to current technology, we can use this technology now on our phones, on our computers, on our industrial machinery at a very, very small cost. By using this technology that, as I said, allows us to process a lot of data at once, we can have a complex system optimized on the fly without any human intervention. And that's the point. The point is to rethink how you do manufacturing. And now we come back to the point I had earlier where I said that factories are very traditional in their way. They're extremely traditional. Last year, I visited 68 factories, literally, and talked to COOs and CEOs of those factories. And they're very, very traditional. It doesn't matter whether they're processing fish or they're making high-end car parts. They're all traditional because they know how they do their job. They know how they make glass for Ferrari. And they've been doing it with the same process since 50 years ago. Technology improved, it's more precise, but the process, how you do it, is still the same. To simplify it, an example of fish. You still have to catch fish, clean fish, cut fish, package fish. It's now better, safer, faster, but the process is exactly the same as it was. But thanks to AI and using Industry 4.0, you can rethink how you approach this whole process. Do you really need to spend the entire day making the same product all over again and then have huge warehouses stored? No. If your system can adapt to the needs of your customers, which you get through ERP, then on the fly your production process can adapt. There's also a concept of additive manufacturing, where very modern technologies such as 3D printing are used in manufacturing processes, allowing the manufacturing process to adapt on the fly very quickly. You no longer have to wait 4 weeks to order some part, some tool to do a specific product. You can do it on the shop floor very easily, very quickly. And that's what Industry 4.0 is. Let's take an example. Let's say we are a metalworking factory, and now we have this machine. It's called a lathe. It's basically a very fast turning machine that cuts metal. It's used in literally everything. It's used in the camera, to make parts for cameras that are filming me. It's used to make lamps, lights, cars, everything. Very traditional. It's been around since horses. So literally the first lathes were operated by hand by either animals or humans, because that's the process how you cut anything cylindrical. Now you have a factory. You bought this lathe 20 years ago. It's the best lathe that was in the market at that time. It's German. It's very precise, and it still works to this day. And even if you spend another 300 or 500,000 euros, and that's literally how much these machines cost, on a new lathe, you will get nothing in terms of precision. I'm not saying this applies to all lathes, but for this example, it does. And we are working, for example, in factories that do have machines such as this that are still as precise as the newest ones, because they're very well built. But it's purely mechanical machine. It uses electricity, but it's mechanical. It doesn't have any fancy sensors. It doesn't have any fancy IoT. It doesn't have anything that could make it smart. And you want to optimize it, because even though it's very precise, you're not using it 100% of the time. And all factories want to achieve 100% operational efficiency. That's one very big KPI in all factories, OEE, operational equipment efficiency. How much is my machine doing effective, productive work? It's very expensive machinery, and it needs to be operated 100%. It's not. It's usually 70 to 80% if they're lucky. So every single percent matters. So how do you do that? You don't know what exactly is the problem. Machine breaks down. You need to call maintenance. Maintenance needs to fix it. In the normal process, machine works semi-autonomously. Person feeds it material and leaves to feed other machines. And in the meantime, this machine breaks down. Until the operator comes back and sees that something is wrong, machine is stopped. It's not working. Then first the operator needs to check, why is it not working? Is it material? Is it mechanical? Is it this? Is it that? Then he needs to call maintenance. Then maintenance needs to come. So there's a very big loss of time. On the other hand, if you connect this machine to IoT, which gives you not Industry 4.0, it gives you digitalization, you get this information in real time. So the system, which is Industry 4.0, in our case, a Scalia system, but doesn't matter, this AI system gets the data from the machine in real time, from everything that's on the machine. Of course, you need to add some sensors to the machine, but instead of buying a €500,000 machine, you spend 5,000 euros on sensors, and suddenly you have a retrofitted machine which is smart. And behind it, it's AI that's processing all the data happening, and immediately when production stops, it knows it's because a bearing went bad. It's because there's a problem with electricity. It's a problem of material. And it can automatically call maintenance personnel. And there's no operator needed to intervene. There's no loss of time, and there's very transparent data. Also, maintenance profits from this because they don't have to dig in, look for the issue, etc. They easily see in the system what's the problem. And this is a very, very simple example. Now imagine much bigger machinery, much more machinery. It becomes very complex and very hard to debug issues on machines. What goes into making a product? Raw material. You always need to take some raw material. You spend energy over some time to make a product. And how does all this now fit into saving our planet? Well, literally all these three things. Because if you can optimize your production process in a way where you reduce scrap. Scrap is any part that you made and it turns out bad. You are saving the environment because less material is spent. But not only you spent less material, you wasted less energy. Imagine in a metal factory where you cut some piece to, I don't know, carry a camera. So that piece is made out of a piece of metal, of a metal cube, and it's being processed for, let's say, an hour. And it spends a lot of energy. It spends also electricity, it spends the metal, it spends other materials. And at the last minute of the processing, the machine breaks and it damages the part. And suddenly the part is scrapped. You wasted 1 hour of energy and time, and you need to start all over. But if this machine had predictive maintenance, for example, on the machine itself, on the tool, it could say 2 days ago, hey, there is an 80% chance that the tool on this machine will break. And then maintenance can say, aha, okay, so we need to plan to replace the tool. The scrap would never happen, the downtime would never happen, and you would save material, 1 hour of time, and 1 hour of electricity. You have to keep in mind that factories are very, very big. So maybe this example on one small lathe is not so wow, but imagine you have a factory like this. Then it becomes extremely complex to find where your issue is. And these issues are called bottlenecks. So when you need to find what's the possible cause for an issue in your factory, you always look for a bottleneck. And finding a bottleneck in a factory that has 2 or 3 machines is trivial. A person can do it. Usually they know it by intuition. But if you have a factory like this, for example, like a big oil refinery, or you have a big car plant with a bunch of sensors, a lot of robots, finding a source of your issue is very, very hard for a human. There is too much data. There is literally tens of thousands of sensors and parameters that are changing every millisecond. And any change in those parameters can mean a failure, a breakdown, a defect, an issue. And this is why AI is so handy. AI has the capability to take a bunch of data, mix it all up, do some math behind it, and just spit out results. It's basically a black box. You literally feed it data, some smart people design the math behind it, and it spits out, hey, there is a 80% chance that this will break in the next 2 days. Or, hey, if you continue like this, you will not be able to fulfill your order on time, etc. So you all saw images like this, basic representation of a deep neural network. The only deep thing about it is that it has more layers. But that's simply technical, and the end user doesn't care. You don't care. People in the factory don't care. The point is that on one hand, you can feed this factory, this machine, a bunch of data from a factory. It garbles it all up and spits out how you can improve your operations, how you can reduce material use, how you can have less wood cut, how you can use less energy, how you can use less time to make the same machines, to make the same products. Sometime in the future, maybe in a few years, hopefully as soon as possible, factories will look more like this. They will be fully automated. People will no longer be necessary on the line. And this is a long process. It requires a lot of not only technology, but first of all, it requires a lot of change of mindset in those factories and in people. Sometimes people complain they took our jobs. Machines will take our jobs. But do people really want to spend their days cleaning fish? No. There's much smarter, much better things for people to do. We still need creativity. AI will not be creative anytime soon. That's where humans come into play. But cleaning stuff, operating machinery, even driving forklifts around doesn't have to be done by people. And Industry 4.0 is here to help in that effort. Also, with Industry 4.0, machines can work 24/7. use less resources, be more optimal, and be more profitable for the factories, but more importantly, more profitable, quote unquote, for the environment. Because if we optimize and improve everything that we do from the beginning all the way to the iPhone in our hands, then the life for everyone will be better. There will be less CO2 around us, there will be less scrap and waste, and there will be better and cleaner products. Thank you.
I hope you're enjoying our today's agenda, and feel free to follow us on official Facebook and Instagram channels using this official hashtag LEAP2021. Our next speaker would say for himself that he's a cosmopolitan entrepreneur. He gathered his entrepreneurship experience from all over the world, from Silicon Valley to Dubrovnik, and now is back in Croatia, being a TEDx speaker and also this year's LEAP Summit speaker. So please welcome Mr. Marko Nožica, who will tell us more how to seize and find the new opportunities.
Today I'm going to talk to you about a topic that I'm very passionate about. I call it In Search of Opportunity. And the root of the passion of this topic is a phobia I have about losing time. A lot of people will tell you time is money. I don't believe that. Because if you lose money, you can always make it back. But once you lose time, it's gone forever. And so throughout my life, when I was deciding what to do, one of the main factors in my mind was, what's the risk in it, and what's the risk that I'm going to have about perhaps losing time? Is if I invest in something, if I invest my time, will it be, if it becomes unsuccessful, is it going to stop me from being able to do other things? So what I've been able to do through my life is become good at finding opportunities, at identifying the right, not only business ideas, but people, interests, activities, things that will make me grow as a person, that will build my character. And it's not easy finding the right opportunity. It takes time to be able to recognize them. And I guess some of the earliest lessons when it comes to business opportunities, some of the earliest lessons I learned from my grandfather. My grandfather, the dealer. And no, he wasn't a dealer of illicit products. He was a dealer and trader in chemicals. He lived in Vienna, Austria, and he was very successful. I was a kid at the time, but I realized that he wasn't the average grandpa. He had a bunch of real estate. He loved art. Every year, he would buy himself a new Mercedes, and he even got himself made little Persian carpets instead of floor mats. So when I asked him one day, what makes him more successful than other people who are in his industry, he told me, and he gave me a really good, explain it like I'm five answer. He said, Marko, I'm good at finding opportunities where other people don't see them. And he said, for instance, yesterday when we went to have lunch at the restaurant close to our house, do you remember seeing there were 3 other restaurants next to that restaurant? He says, that's a phenomenon that happens a lot. People like to bundle, people like to copy, people go
in the direction where they see other people going. He says, I don't do that. I do business where nobody else is looking. So he was in the chemical business. And this was like the 60s, 70s, 80s. And back then, everybody wanted to do business with the United States or Western Europe. But my grandpa, he didn't go that direction. He looked the other way. So he did business with Yugoslavia, with African nations. He even did business in the Middle East. And it makes sense when you look at it. Because if you have an emerging industry and everybody's pouncing on it, what happens is that the market share gets sliced up between all these different players. And there's a much bigger chance that you won't succeed, that you're going to fail. But if you go somewhere where it's an untapped market, you have first mover advantage. You can create natural monopolies. I mean, I could just see him doing business in Yugoslavia at that point. After he got some of the key players, because remember, it was a completely different system. All he needed to do was maybe work with a couple of companies and he'd have the entire market share. And after that, he'd probably have to just go and eat lamb every once in a while with the directors. It was a good business model. He was basically a big fish in a small pond. The problem is, how do you recognize this opportunity? How do you force yourself to look the other way? Well, he told me a story that rings to me to this day. And he didn't make this story up. It's something that's been told, different versions of it throughout time. But it goes basically like this. There's an owner of a shoe factory, and he wants to expand his business to new markets, particularly to Africa. And so he sends two of his best salesmen to go check out the market, to do some due diligence, market research, and to come back with the analysis of whether he should invest in the market or not. And so the two sales guys, they go to Africa, they spend some time there, they do their due diligence, the market research, and they come back. The first salesman, he tells the boss, you know what, I don't think we should invest in Africa. I was there, I went all over the place, and the problem is, nobody wears shoes in Africa. We're not going to sell one shoe. And as the story goes, the other salesman runs in the room. He's super excited. He says, look, I don't know what you guys are talking about, but I'm just too excited. We have to invest all our money, all our resources into Africa. It's an untapped market. We're going to make millions. Nobody wears shoes. So it's interesting. You can have two people with, they probably have very similar backgrounds. They're in business, they're in sales. They can kind of, their job is to identify opportunity, but yet one of them doesn't see the opportunity and the other one sees it. So to conclude this first part of my talk today, and to give you kind of a guidance of where you should maybe be looking concerning business development and business ideas, is look the other way. If everybody's doing one thing, do something else. Or if everybody's doing something here, you do something over here. Big fish in a small pond. Today we live in a globalized world. You can do business everywhere. Find the place that's going to bring you the most success. Because I have to tell you one more thing. A lot of the times people are going to tell you, oh, you should find your passion. You should do something that you like to do. I believe business is about making added value, but it's also about profit. You know, the other point I want to make today, I'm going to talk about if you're going to go and do business in an industry where there's a lot of players, what you can do to find your niche within that. And looking back through history, I see that when it comes to emerging industries, that history repeats itself. From the gold rush to today's Bitcoin, there's certain trends and lessons that are universal, that you can use today as someone could have used in the gold rush. So the gold rush happened in California in around 1849. And what happened was gold was found in California, and everybody and their mother from the entire United States moved to California to try to make their fortune mining gold. The problem was there wasn't that much gold to go around. So when you look historically, not a lot of people got rich mining for gold. But some people did get rich in the gold rush. And you know who that was? It was the people selling the shovels. It was the saloon owners. It was Levi Strauss who made the jeans. It was the people working in the secondary activities that were servicing this influx of people trying to work in the primary industry. And so when you look at other emerging industries, hot topics such as 20 years ago, the internet, or 10 years ago when everybody was trying to do an application, or fintech, or Bitcoin, you see the same thing happening over and over again. A large influx of people trying to do the same activity, dividing up the market share, making it harder to succeed. And then you have a certain sector of people that are supporting these entrepreneurs. They're supporting these activities. So I want to tell you about two people that I know who are highly successful and who were able to recognize that it's better to be a service than to be a direct competitor with all these people that are trying to compete in these emerging industries. One of them is Noah Kagan. Noah, you can Google him, and I hope you follow him. He's an inspirational character. Noah was number 30 employee in Facebook. He was also director of marketing for a company called Mint.com, which from launch, within 5 years, was sold for $150 million to a competitor. He's a smart guy. And 10 years ago, Noah came to Zagreb. He was on a tour of Europe. And what he was doing, he was actually the first digital nomad, when you look at it, because his plan was to tour Europe and build his business, this business idea that he had. So Noah had this idea for something that still exists today. It's a website called AppSumo. And what AppSumo does is it's a platform where entrepreneurs can purchase subscriptions to various internet tools and services for a deep discount. For instance, my company, we use AppSumo. We use it for a certain server subscription. We use it for some tools tools that help us that help us control or help us control our social media. We use it for a service that allows us to download stock photos for our promotional material, and for deep discounts. So Noah, instead of going into the business and trying to make an e-commerce website and trying to, do another pets.com or sell socks over the internet or something niche, he said, no, I'm going to do an idea. I'm going to make a business that's going to help other people that are trying to do something succeed. So it's a secondary activity. It's a very similar story with Jan. And I'm sure when you hear his name, you're going to know who I'm talking about. It's Jan de Jong. And I'm very humbled and proud to call him a friend. Jan is a guy that inspires me. So Jan came as a student. He was like 24. He came to Croatia from the Netherlands. And he decided he was going to launch a call center business in Croatia because he saw that a lot of companies were expanding their business and they needed inbound and outbound call center services. Basically, it's a sales channel because when somebody calls you, you can solve their problem, but you can also offer them a new service or product. So he was a pioneer in this field in Croatia, and his company grew to I think it was 300 operators, which is huge. He sold his company, but Jan, he can't stay still. He's got to keep on innovating. So Jan's good at seeing trends, and he saw that more and more businesses were going online, more and more e-commerce websites. Companies that are traditionally offline are going online. I mean, I bought some bread online the other day, and he saw this a couple years ago. And so what he launched is something called WebPower Adria. And WebPower Adria is a newsletter service that allows companies to send newsletters to their email base. And it's actually a genius idea. Every business knows who their customers are, and they probably have some email addresses. And I think it's 9 times more expensive to find a new customer than cater to an old customer. So it's a great idea that you have a media that gets seen. Because today, I don't know if you know the statistics, but there's a higher chance that an airplane's gonna crash with you in it than you clicking a banner. And here you have a channel where it's customized news being delivered, or customized marketing material being delivered directly to your customers. And the closest competitor that he has is, I'm not allowed to say the name, it's a monkey. But the closest competitor is not in this market, doesn't give local support, and there's a bunch of other reasons why he has a competitive advantage in this market. But again, it's an example of, instead of going where everybody's going and do something, everybody's going into e-commerce, he says, no, I'm going to help support the people and the companies doing the e-commerce. And so today, if I can come to a conclusion, when looking for good business ideas, in search of opportunity, either look the other way, or if you're going to look in the direction where everybody else is looking, look at supporting activities. Be the support. Sell the shovels. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure talking to you today.
I hope you're ready for our next speaker. He's entrepreneurially passionate about media and startups, having a lot of experience hosting his own radio and TV shows, and he will tell us more today about how to combine passion and value into a winning combination. Please welcome Miroslav Zaric and enjoy his speech. See you later.
Whoa, 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 hello, 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 and you're far too kind. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Big applause, yeah, online event. Oh, online event, okay. Okay, I see some familiar faces here. Oh, you see me. Oh, David, you're eating pizza again. Nice, nice, cool, cool. So, pandemic year 2020 and now 2021. We are continuing, I guess, with the trend. It's really passionate. This virus has, in a way. It's trying to beat us down. But the LEAP conference or LEAP summit did an incredible thing right now. They created this, that we can still provide value, that we can still talk about our passion and what we do. So a little bit, probably you see my name somewhere on the screen. You probably know who I am. Maybe you Google it already because you're eating pizza and drinking beer and watching this amazing show that they prepare for you. But imagine that you are in the movie business. Like, in a way, I am. Well, it's a really stretch because my first job was actually radio host. Yeah. So my name is Miroslav Zaric, and I was a radio host as my first job. And one of the shows that I had was something that I was really passionate about. Movies. Yeah. On the radio. Yeah. So after that, I did a little show on the TV. I guess you can guess it was a show about movies. So I was doing that. And after that, I was in the video rental store renting movies. Not so much TV shows at that time because we had only DVDs and VHS or whatnot. So what I'm trying to say to you is that in all that time, what I was doing, I was actually always kind of connected. I did the news, I did like all kind of stuff, but I was really passionate about the movies. And I was trying to be close to that environment. So yeah, I know what you're thinking, like, why didn't you go and just be a movie star? Well, actually I did. Not so much, I was an actor in one TV show, but will not go in that direction. We are going to talk about something what happened when I worked for the international company that was connected with all kind of TV studios. In that company, I met two guys who were also passionate about something. One was passionate about programming, another guy was passionate about business. So we created a business. What kind of a business? Well, if you're in the movies and you want to talk about that, and you like information about movies, for myself, it's not like I just want to know who that actor is or what that movie is. So we created something that's called X-Ray. It's an application that is like Shazam for video. Everybody knows what Shazam is, I guess, because it can kind of, you scan the song and you know what you're listening to. Well, for the movies, you're probably already watching a movie, so you know what movie are you watching. But example would be here that what if you don't know what that actor is? What if you want to find out more? Because that was my passion. I always wanted to know more. Who is the actor? Who interviews? Or maybe even how to buy that cool jacket of Dean Winchester in the Supernatural show? Well, for the ladies, that would be, I guess, shoes from the Sex and the City. So, this is a cool application that actually looks like this. And it evolved. It evolved to the point that it's not just scan the stuff on the TV and get information about it. You can actually write a movie or click one of our suggestions and get information about that. So it became a kind of a movie hub or a media hub about everything that you want to find out about movies, TV shows, documentaries even. And yeah, it's cool, it's fine. But when you come from the little country called Croatia, it's really hard to sell that to the world. So you need to push back on some, I would say, suggestions or pull in some other investments. And even when we tried to, work in that area, we talked with the companies around the world. And, one of the questions, and I see some people here thinking like, okay, so I'm watching a movie, I need to download an app and get information. That's like 2 steps too much. Well, I'm so old that I actually had to go to the library to get information about Second World War if I wanted to find out anything about that. But you don't need to do that. You can actually go to the app that's on online stuff. So you don't need to download anything, you can actually use a web app. So we created all this kind of video recognition software, underlying application that's like Shazam for video. So that's cool. And that brings value. That brings out the passion that we had and what we did. In a way, that's always connected what I do in a life. I try to find stories and storytelling behind people, what they're doing. You know, you can find, when you're in the startup world, what Uber did 10 years ago, but you cannot maybe find what some little country or a little, brand or little company, a little country did 2 years ago. And now they have overnight success that was overworked success over several nights. So I'm going to present you a little guy who is famous, but many people don't know that this guy here, Arnold, with the last name that you can really have difficulty pronounce, is famous about being Mr. Olympia, being in the bodybuilding business, in the movies. But actually, if you look at that and you see his passion about that, he didn't just start that out of the blue. He actually had money on the account because he was an entrepreneur. He tried to do the right thing by himself, to have a money aside that he can pursue his passions. And he was flipping buildings. Yeah, I know. He was actually selling, buying, selling, and buying, and buying, and selling buildings, apartments, and whatnot. And in that venue, I actually was thinking, can we get people and talk about their passions and talk about what they do and what they are promoting in a way. So I created Startup Brand. Startup Brand is actually a podcast, a video audio podcast. And I have all kinds of guests from Croatia right now and international guests. And it's in English. And it's trying to promote what's happening here because I believe that Croatia could be a startup nation because we saw the 2020 as one of the greatest years in a pandemic way, but also in the startup way for Croatia at least. And I think that we can talk about how to succeed from every corner. And we just don't need to look at the startups as a companies. We need to see people who can provide value. Is that value from the mental health? Is that value from the business? Is that value from the marketing? I don't care because I do care. I do care because we are all people who are important in a way because we can bring value and passion to what we do. So that's why the Startup Brand as a podcast became. It's kind of a, people will say, well, whole your life you are kind of in the movies. Why didn't you do a movie podcast? Well, I can talk about movies all day, but is that the value in this case for a startup entrepreneurs or entrepreneurs who want to do a business? So in a way, this is interesting because, this is coming from Croatia and we have V and P, value and passion, but and is actually A in Croatia, which is I, because kind of you get VIP. And we all are very important persons to somebody. We are a very important person to maybe a next door neighbor, or maybe we are a very important person to somebody who is starting their business right now. So in the Startup Rant, as a rant, and you see me ranting right now, so you understand where the name comes from, we are trying to provide value. And I hope that you have good time here on the Leap, and I hope that you will enjoy all the talks that you have here, and you will have your passion, bring out the value, and do whatever you want to do to succeed in life. Thank you.
Hrvatska putem europskih fondova kontinuirano ulaže u ravnomjerni razvoj Hrvatske kroz ulaganje u gospodarstvo i otvaranje novih radnih mjesta, te time osigurava bolju kvalitetu života i budućnost svih naših građana. Fondovi Europske unije donose nove poslovne prilike građanima i tvrtkama, te mijenjaju Hrvatsku nabolje. Izgradnjom poduzetničkih zona i usmjeravanjem EU sredstava u malo i srednje poduzetništvo povećavamo konkurentnost i otvaramo nova radna mjesta. Ulaganjem u znanstvena istraživanja, tehnološki razvoj i inovacije ostvaren je temelj za jačanje konkurentnosti i razvoj gospodarstva s visokom dodanom vrijednošću. Izgradnjom i opremanjem brojnih bolnica i domova zdravlja doprinosimo poboljšanju zdravstvene zaštite i skrbi svih naših građana. Poboljšanjem prometne povezanosti svih hrvatskih krajeva unapređujemo prometnu infrastrukturu, što povećava sigurnost u prometu i kvalitetu putničkog i robnog prometa. Europskim fondovima skrbimo za našu kulturnu i prirodnu baštinu, simbole našeg identiteta, kako bismo ih očuvali za buduće generacije. Osuvremenjujemo i obogaćujemo turističku ponudu kako bismo ju s ponosom predstavljali cijelom svijetu. Moderniziramo i proširujemo infrastrukturu za naše studente i gradimo društvo temeljeno na znanju u kojem će talentirani, inovativni i visoko obrazovani ljudi stvarati bolje sutra naše domovine. Ulaganjem u zdravu i kvalitetnu proizvodnju hrane potičemo rast hrvatske poljoprivrede. Uz pomoć fondova Europske unije osiguravamo bolji životni standard, čišći okoliš te cjelokupan razvoj ruralnih, obalnih i otočnih područja. Ulažemo u naše ljude kroz otvaranje novih radnih mjesta, poboljšavanje socijalnih usluga, bolje obrazovanje, razvoj društvenog poduzetništva i civilnog društva, te tako osiguravamo kvalitetni život u Hrvatskoj. Ministarstvo regionalnog razvoja i fondova Europske unije uz pomoć EU fondova mijenja Hrvatsku.
In a world of live streaming, they know their job. Seek no more. Izvan fokusa. Slobodno im se javite na svim društvenim mrežama, telefonima ili kako god. Može?
Hrvatska putem europskih fondova kontinuirano ulaže u ravnomjerni razvoj Hrvatske kroz ulaganje u gospodarstvo i otvaranje novih radnih mjesta, te time osigurava bolju kvalitetu života i budućnost svih naših građana. Fondovi Europske unije donose nove poslovne prilike građanima i tvrtkama, te mijenjaju Hrvatsku nabolje. Izgradnjom poduzetničkih zona i usmjeravanjem EU sredstava u malo i srednje poduzetništvo povećavamo konkurentnost i otvaramo nova radna mjesta. Ulaganjem u znanstvena istraživanja, tehnološki razvoj i inovacije ostvaren je temelj za jačanje konkurentnosti i razvoj gospodarstva s visokom dodanom vrijednošću. Izgradnjom i opremanjem brojnih bolnica i domova zdravlja doprinosimo poboljšanju zdravstvene zaštite i skrbi svih naših građana. Poboljšanjem prometne povezanosti svih hrvatskih krajeva unapređujemo prometnu infrastrukturu, što povećava sigurnost u prometu i kvalitetu putničkog i robnog prometa. Europskim fondovima skrbimo za našu kulturnu i prirodnu baštinu, simbole našeg identiteta, kako bismo ih očuvali za buduće generacije. Osuvremenjujemo i obogaćujemo turističku ponudu kako bismo ju s ponosom predstavljali cijelom svijetu. Moderniziramo i proširujemo infrastrukturu za naše studente i gradimo društvo temeljeno na znanju u kojem će talentirani, inovativni i visoko obrazovani ljudi stvarati bolje sutra naše domovine. Ulaganjem u zdravu i kvalitetnu proizvodnju hrane potičemo rast hrvatske poljoprivrede. Uz pomoć fondova Europske unije osiguravamo bolji životni standard, čišći okoliš te cjelokupan razvoj ruralnih, obalnih i otočnih područja. Ulažemo u naše ljude kroz otvaranje novih radnih mjesta, poboljšavanje socijalnih usluga, bolje obrazovanje, razvoj društvenog poduzetništva i civilnog društva, te tako osiguravamo kvalitetni život u Hrvatskoj. Ministarstvo regionalnog razvoja i fondova Europske unije uz pomoć EU fondova mijenja Hrvatsku.
In a world of live streaming, they know their job. Seek no more. izvan fokusa. Slobodno im se javite na svim društvenim mrežama, telefonima ili kako god. Može?
Our next speaker has a very interesting IT startup background. He started the #1 fastest growing Hungarian IT company and one of the top 10 or the biggest ones in Central and Eastern Europe. He's now director of 8 Digital. So please say hello to Laszlo Gulas, who will tell us more about how to digitalize future of Europe.
Hello, welcome. I'm very happy to have you here, and I'm very happy to talk to you today. I'm going to talk to you about the importance of digital worlds, the importance of a digital Europe, and about how to make sure that Europe is going to be strong in the digital domain. So I'm going to talk about what to do for a strong digital Europe. Ever thought about the importance of digital tools, how important digital technology is in our lives? Let me show you something. This is just one part of the digital world, the social networks, in particular Facebook and Instagram or WhatsApp. Just compare the number of users in these networks to the largest companies. And all of a sudden you realize that Facebook and Instagram and WhatsApp, they are big. Digital technologies are really, really very big. But we can look at it from a different point of view as well. We can have a look at the largest digital companies, the value of these largest companies. So if anyone had a doubt about the dominance of digital companies and dominance of digital technologies in our lives, then this could be a really good picture to clarify. And from the top 5, 4 are clearly digital companies, and I would say Visa itself is also quite digital. I was invited to give you a talk about the future trends in digital technologies. So let me jump right over there. So what is the future? Right, that was the future. A humanoid robot working with the elderly. A payment system where you can pay with your face and your palm without any card or money. Or an autonomous delivery system where robots deliver your parcels to your door. Wrong. Actually, it is wrong on several accounts. First of all these solutions, all these products that you saw in the video are the present. These are all companies and these are all products right on the market as we speak. They are not widespread yet, but that's only a matter of a few years, I'm convinced. But it's also wrong that I do not think that the real vision about the future is going to be like this. It's not going to be necessarily robots at every corner or other paramount explicit representations of technology. On the other hand, I do think that the future of digital is going to be like this. You might be surprised, or you might be a little bit confused. What do I mean? What is it in here? Well, as you can see, this is a utility line, one of our common utilities. This is part of the electric grid. And this is a technology that has been futuristic and that has been quite hyped a little bit more than a century ago. About 120 years ago, electricity was really science fiction. If you talk to people back in those days, like my great-grandparents, about something on the wall that you would just touch or hit, and all of a sudden there would be light, it all sounded like magic, right? And then we didn't talk about anything else like electric motors or mixers or microwave ovens or television. Just the power of electricity, it looked like something really out of the future, something really out of science fiction. Nowadays, however, electricity is taken for granted. We don't really think about that. We don't really think about its strategic value. We pretty much only recognize electricity. We pretty much only notice electricity when it malfunctions. If I hit the switch on the wall and there is no light, then I took notice. If there is light, if it all works, nobody cares. We take it for granted. And my projection is that digital technologies, including all the hype words, all the hype technologies like artificial intelligence, 5G, Internet of Things, IoT, blockchain, you name it, my prediction is that it is going to be taken for granted in a couple of decades. It's going to be just grayed out. It's going to be just embedded in our everyday lives. We won't really take notice unless it malfunctions. It's going to be pretty much like electricity today. And I have to tell you that it is not my metaphor. I'm taking this metaphor from a wise old man I heard talking, and I read an interview with him a couple of decades ago, about 2 decades ago. That was the time in the middle of the 90s when internet was a big hype. Internet technology was very new. Everybody thought that it will change the world. By the way, it did. But that was the hype new technology during what is now called the dot-com boom. Back in those days, I was starting my own startup, well, in internet technologies, of course. And on one day, I read this interview in the newspaper by one of the leading figures of telecommunications technologies. It was, I believe, the CEO of one of the large telcos. And actually, he said that in 10 years or more, internet is going to be an infrastructure. Internet is going to be like electricity. It's just going to be there. We're just going to use it. We won't even take notice. We just take it for granted. And actually, that is what is happening today. You take it for granted that you can watch this presentation over the internet. I take it for granted that my presentation will reach you over the internet. And I don't think about the details. In the back of my mind, I have some knowledge about my subscription details, but I don't think a lot about the internet as a technology. It's just there, it serves us, and we use it. And my point is that the future is going to be exactly like that with digital technologies as well, be that big data, artificial intelligence, blockchain, etc. Or this could actually be something like this. And this could be a problem. And this is the point where we need to talk about the future. We need to talk about what to do with digital technologies, how to use it, and what values to use to guide it and control it. We need to bring our European values to the digital domain as well. And we need to save the digital technologies usage within this framework. And what values do I mean? I mean, we have a lot of European values, but principally I think about European values like fairness, inclusiveness, and sustainability. And I think digital technology can serve all of these. It can preserve equality, inclusiveness, fairness, and sustainability. The problem is, of course, that in order for European values to be preserved in the digital domain, we need dominant players, dominant European players in the digital domain. Let's look at the situation today. On the right, you see the 20 most valuable technology brands in the world. And there are little flags in discs next to the name of the company, which may not be very easy to see for you, but that's why I earmarked with yellow the only European company in the top 20. All the other companies you see, Apple, Microsoft, Tencent, etc., are either American or Asian. The only digital company in the top 20 in the world is SAP. All the rest are non-European. On the left, you see the same thing, a little bit older figure, but it also lists the companies by their companies of the platform economy, pretty much digital economy. And the bubble size is the market capitalization a couple of years ago. And you can see that we have a lot of big players in the USA. We have a lot of big players in Asia and very few notable players in Europe. And clearly this is a problem, because if we want our values to be reflected in the digital world, we need to make sure that the companies dominating this world have those values. And I'm fairly sure some of the companies from Asia and USA have or share some of these values, but the only real way to be sure that European values are represented is if we have dominant European players. In EIT Digital, we work exactly like what I said. We want to make sure that the digital companies, the dominating digital companies, have European values, are European, and reflect the European values I mentioned: inclusiveness, fairness, and sustainability. EIT Digital is the largest digital innovation community in Europe. We are an association with organizations as members, a lot of companies, a lot of universities and research organizations, and we work exactly to this goal. Our vision is to help European companies to get back their positions in the top 50, top 20 digital companies of the world. And we want to help that in 10 years from now, 1/3 of those companies are European. How can you achieve that? Well, what we think is that you need those companies to get there. You either need new companies, new innovative companies who can grow and dominate the world, or you need to have existing companies to get there, to grow and get a very good position in the world. And of course, for both of these, we need talent. We need talent who are very well skilled digital people, but also with the soft skills needed for business and innovation. And this is what we work for. In EIT Digital, we are an ecosystem. You can see in the middle that we cover Europe with offices, with members. We have members from all over Europe, more than 350, close to 400 at the moment, and we work hard towards this goal that I mentioned. We have two pillars of our activity. One is our venture portfolio. We help creating new ventures. We help boosting existing ventures or accelerating their international growth. On the other hand, we have a detailed and complex education program at the master level, at the doctoral level, and at the professional level, making sure that people not only have technical skills that we have many in Europe, but also the soft skills needed for business. In other words, we want to make sure that the research results created in Europe are actually used in Europe, are brought to the market in Europe, making sure that the business benefits of European results get back to Europe as well. You can see that figure, that triangle on the top left. That is our methodology, that is our philosophy. We want to make sure that we integrate all the players needed for successful business innovation. And for that, you need the right type of education, you need the right type of talent, you need research members, you need research results, but we also need businesses who know how to grow it on the market, who know how to launch it on the market. And our philosophy is to have an ecosystem, to have a network of organizations, have a large network of people who work together, who meet regularly, with the ability to exchange thought and start working together to inspire each other and to make sure that these businesses happen. This is our goal and this is our mission. But let me show you an example. This team of students participated in the hackathon organized by the European Commission a year ago in April 2020. It was called EU versus Virus. It was intended to generate results to help to address the challenges of the pandemic. And this team of students applied with their idea, and they actually won one of the largest category of the competition. And once we learned about it in EIT Digital, we get in talk with them and offered help to launch their idea, to create their idea and launch it on the market. So we organized partners for them within our ecosystem, helping the manufacturing of their product, helping the launching of their product with customers, etc. And we also arranged for investment for them. And now they have their own company, and they have their product on the market and working on spreading it across the world.
At this moment, there are over 400,000 people hospitalized with COVID-19 only in Europe. There is a huge shortage of nurses in hospitals. They take too long, about 10 minutes, to check up on a single patient, and everybody is exposed to an extremely high risk of infection. So how can we bring about change? At Entremo, we are developing a remote monitoring device that patients can wear on their wrist constantly, just like I do now, and it measures their most important vital signs like body temperature, oxygen saturation, and respiratory rate automatically and remotely. This enables nurses to oversee far more patients at the same time through our dashboard and keep a safe distance. Together with our 4 EIT Digital partner companies, we are working round the clock to bring our pilot project to hospitals.
So this is what we are, and this is what we do, and I really thank you very much for your attention. Please, if you are interested, get in contact with me or with us. I would be very happy to explain you what opportunities we have, how we can work together. If you are interested in our educational programs, or if you have an idea, let's talk. Maybe we can make sure that the idea happen. Maybe we can help that idea happen and to be launched on the market. Thank you very much. Have a very good day.
Our next speaker will talk about very actual topic. Marko Kučić, CEO and co-founder of Jens, with more than 14 years of managerial experience, will tell us a bit more about how to stay productive and how to gain engagement during this pandemic situation. I hope you will join his speech and see you later.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the invitation to this year's LIP Summit. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. I think it's only fair in this introductory stage that I introduce myself. My name is Marko Kučić. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Gens app. Gens is actually a company that deals, or more precisely said, a mobile app that deals primarily with the topics of engagement and productivity. And because today we are talking about engagement and productivity during the pandemic, I'm looking forward to sharing my insights with you. So let us start and talk about what was the situation with companies around the world before the pandemic and how they were functioning at that point in time. So here you can see a survey done by Slack, their future of work survey conducted by Kelton Global, that shows that actually before the pandemic, only 18% of employees thought that their organizations were transparent enough. So obviously, even before the pandemic, there was quite a big challenge with companies around the world, how to deal with this internal transparency. On the other hand, this survey done by Deloitte, their Human Capital Trends survey, shows that even before the pandemic, 2 out of 3 employees thought that their companies actually needed the work-based social media. So obviously there's a huge trend going on for a lot of years now that people are using Facebook, Instagram, and similar social networks. But now employees in companies around the world are searching for similar type of applications, but internally for their own companies to communicate better with their companies. And on the other hand, their companies can communicate better with them. And one final information, one final slide, how the situation was before the pandemic. 91% of workers, according to Slack, were looking to feel closer to their work colleagues. Now, increasingly, given the pandemic, this trend is also quite apparent. And because of the natural state where nowadays people are working more and more for their companies, spending more and more time at their workplace, they are, for this reason, looking to find, more meaningful and more closer connections with their working colleagues. So this was the situation before the pandemic started. Now, during the pandemic, let me show you a bit more information how these trends look today. What is evident today is that companies put a lot of emphasis on how to support their employees during the COVID-19 situation. So at the start of the pandemic, a lot of companies around the world really put a lot of emphasis on this and provided significant support to their employees. This is visible on this chart in front of you. You can see here that out of 8 employees, only 1 employee typically felt unsupported. So a huge trend and a huge effort from companies around the world to really sustain their employees during the COVID-19 situation. But what happened at the start was not something that was continued throughout the pandemic. We can see on this chart how from month to month this situation actually got a steady decline. So communication in companies month by month, according to this chart here, shows that employees in companies didn't see that their companies communicated a clear path of action in response to coronavirus. They didn't feel so well prepared to do their jobs. Their immediate supervisors didn't keep them informed about what was actually going on in the organization. So from month to month during the pandemic, the situation actually got worse. Managers' confidence and trust in leadership during the pandemic also declined. So here you can see that also, for example, from late April to mid-May 2020 up to early to mid-June 2020, you see there's a steady decline in how people were prepared to do their jobs, how their supervisors kept them informed about what was going on in the organization, and overall how their organization cared about their overall well-being. So simply put, companies initially at the start of the pandemic put a lot of emphasis on their employees, on internal communications, on engagement, but as the months moved on, they couldn't, with their existing tools, support the employees at the same fashion, and this level of support actually dropped. What do employees think? On the other hand, 77% of employees nowadays believe that their work experience will be dramatically actually improved by implementing new technologies. So employees in companies around the world are really interested in new technologies, new tools that can help them communicate better with their companies and also how their companies can communicate better with them. So for this reason, we at Gens app devised a solution 4 years ago, we started developing it, and this year we really started operating with Jens as a solution in the market. And I would like to here show you a bit more information about us and how we are actually sustaining global companies do better in the fields of internal communications, employee engagement, and boosting their corporate cultures. First, a short definition about Jens. So what is Jens? Jens is a mobile app. The focus of Jens is to deal with employee engagement, internal communications, and feedback. We are here to help company drastically reduce staff turnover, to improve their company cultures, to strengthen that feeling of connectedness amongst the employees, and as a result of that, increase their happiness, productivity, and actually profits of the companies themselves. Here you can see how our app actually looks like. We put a lot of emphasis, a lot of effort into creating a mobile app that was really, really simple to use, that was really intuitive, so that the employees, right from the start, when they start using it, can really get used to it quite fast, and that they can use it every day for communications with their company and also their company with them. Here you can see the major features that we have on the app. The major backbone of the app is actually this news feature. Here the company can officially communicate in the manner of these posts, can communicate efficiently with their employees. So any significant official information that they want to send their employees, they can send a push notification, and on their mobile device, their employees can in real time see what is actually important and what they need to see in the companies. We also have this closed social network part where employees amongst themselves can actually communicate with each other. Here they can open up to each other, share their professional stuff, but also private stuff, hobbies, interests, etc. In this way, they can get to know themselves better and boost this kind of internal spirit and actually productivity in the organization. Jens also works like a platform where you can have, mobile platform where you can have a clear outline of all of the people that are included in the company. So here you can see all people in the organization, new people that recently joined that passed the onboarding process, and also you can see who is who in the organization divided across teams and different kind of departments as well. We have a specially dedicated feature that deals with internal feedback. So any employee in the organization that truly wants to have a voice, he or she can really openly communicate their voice and send to different departments in the organization what they feel needs to be changed, what needs to be improved. Any suggestion, any idea that they have, they can simply, with one push of a button, communicate to their companies via Jens. Each user has a notification screen and a profile screen where they can see what is actually going on Jens app and what they need to pay much more closer attention to. They can edit their profile section as well. So Jens is really set up in a way that each user, each employee in the organization can modify it according to his or her needs. And finally, one important feature that is last at this chart is the surveys. So what we wanted to achieve is to enable organizations to create much faster, much more efficient, much better surveys in a sense that they can much more often communicate to their employees what they feel is relevant to the organization and get their feedback on important things that they wanted to communicate. If you want to see more insight into how Jens typically works, I will show you here. So as I said at the start, official communication is done really easily via Jens. All the important company news are visible just one scroll away. Any new projects that are coming into the company, new people that are joining the team, onboarding of new employees, results of surveys, new working regulations. So all this important official stuff that the companies are struggling how to communicate with Jens, this is made simple and this is made easy. Social stories that I communicated at the start, where employees amongst themselves can, spark their conversations and engage better, get to know each other better. Different examples how they typically use this for, private stuff like hobbies and passions, like travelings, to football matches, basketball matches, scuba diving, whatever the people are doing in their private lives, and they want to communicate and share with their fellow colleagues, they can now via Jens do this much more easily and much more effectively. The people part, which I said, we have a specially dedicated feature regarding that. We have a directory of all of the people at a glance, so it's really easy to see on Jens who is who in the organization, who recently joined the organization, different people that belong to different teams and departments in the organization. So you have truly a directory of all of the people at a glance. And what is really, really important, you can inspire positive culture of giving positive feedback in your organization. You can give kudos to your coworkers. So it's simply one swipe of the finger. You open a specially dedicated screen for this reason, and you say nice things about your colleagues, which they receive on Jens, but also their superiors. So in this way, we boost this positive culture of giving positive feedback in the organizations. I mentioned anonymous feedback. This is how it typically looks. So whatever any employee in the organization wants to communicate to the organization, whatever is relevant for them, they can truly have a voice and communicate to any dedicated department in the organization at any point in time. So it's really simple. One swipe of the finger, you just write what you feel and think that needs to be changed in the organization, and you can send it to a different kind of department, including this simple example. If something is broken, for example, water machine is broken on the 3rd floor, you want to record a picture of it, send it to the front desk to do something about it. It's really, really simple. And finally, the surveys. Here we wanted just to show you how these complex and robust surveys, which are typically done in organizations via newsletters, emails, they take a long time. On Jens, this is really made simple and easy. You create a survey, you can show how long it takes, how many days is it active, yes and no questions, multiple choice questions. It's really easy to get and collect scalable and unbiased data from your employees, and get straightforward answers to any questions that you as the organization want to know from your employees. So it's really, really simple. And just to conclude, what is Jens all about? Jens is all about creating a better engagement in the organizations. So here you can see that typically globally, according to Gallup, only 13% of employees are truly engaged, while 63% of employees are not engaged, and 24% of employees are counter-engaged. So this is not a good situation in a lot of companies around the world. We are here to enrich or to increase this part of the pie, which is about these people that are truly engaged at work. How we do this? We want to ensure with Jens as an app that communication between the employees and the companies with its employees, it's much more simpler, that it's easy, that people have truly a voice, that this voice is heard from the organizations, and that as a result of that, engagement of the people, their team spirit, their culture is much stronger, much better. As a result of that, people are happier, and where you have happier people, these companies are typically more productive and more profitable. So this is what we are all about. Let's Jens. Hopefully there will be opportunity to Jens in the future with you. Thank you for your attention, and it was great being part of LEAP Summit this year.
This one is for the ladies. Our next speaker is CEO of Ženski recenziraj, and she will tell us more about how to successfully switch between careers, something that you all probably thought about during this pandemic situation, staying at home. So please welcome Mrs. Mirna Matković, who will tell us how to live your dreams.
First of all, I'd like to thank you all for being here. I honestly hope that this presentation will be helpful, and if I inspire you just a little bit, then I can say that my goal today is completely done. So I decided to talk about career change and what does it take to live your life, or what does it take to live your dream, because that's something that happened to me. 2 years ago, I finished college. I was unemployed. I had to move back to live with my parents, and then now, well, I'm here and I have my own company. So this is something that I'd like to share with you, because maybe you are thinking about changing your career, maybe you want to start your own business, but you're not sure what to do. So I hope that some advice here today will be just a little bit helpful. So let's move back to this year when I finished college. It was quite difficult to finish college and then move back to live with your parents in your hometown. Like, you have some new habits when you finish college, when you live with your roommate, and then you need to go backwards and you feel like just a bit depressed and scared for the future because maybe you're not there where you wanted or expected to be when you went to study. So I finished college, moved back to my hometown, and I applied for more than 10 jobs. I couldn't find a full-time job. I couldn't pay my own rent, so I had to live with them, and it made me like to feel depressed and scared. Now, well, I can say that I'm a founder and CEO of Recenziraj Media. Well, women know it like ženski recenziraj, or we can say it in English, female reviews paradise, but I like to use this term ženski recenziraj because we're using this term in Croatia. Our team has more than 20 associates, and this is like the one thing that I'm really proud of because I moved from this period of time when I had to live with my parents to this period when now I have my own team. And I'm only 25, so this is like the thing that I want to just stress out because I think that I'm still young and that I achieved a lot in just the period of 2 years, and this is the reason why I think that all of you can do the same. Now, I'm working for myself and for my dreams. After this period of being unemployed, trying to find a job, I found a job. So in my profession, I was a teacher, and it was great. Like in the beginning, okay, I found a job, I have some money, it's better than it used to be. But then I was thinking, like, is that it for me? Like, is that something that I'm supposed to do until I'm like 65? And then I wanted to change it. I wanted to maybe do something better for myself. And well, it happened now. And that's why I'm here, because I think that all of you can do the same. And yeah, I don't live with my parents anymore. Now I'm living with my partner. And I can say, well, it's better than it is living with your parents. Some of you can ask me now, what happened? Like, how did it happen in just 2 years? So we are moving on to this second part of like my speech, my presentation. And this is this question: what do you need to start a great business? I'll try to give you my answer. Maybe it's not your answer, but it is mine, and maybe it will be helpful to you. I would like you to think about maybe these 3 things, because a lot of people think that you need money, support, and luck to start a great business. Like, this is the 3 things that most people appreciate the most. Well, honestly, I also used to think that I need money to be happy, to have a great job, to have a great life. But it turned out to be something completely different. At the time when I was so depressed, I wanted to change something, so I was watching a lot of TED Talks, I was reading some business books and so on, and I found one really, really good advice, and it was this: to have a great business, of course that you need money, of course that you need support from the people who are important to you, and of course that you need to have a bit of luck, but a new idea is something that completely changed my life. So I just needed to have a new idea, and this new idea was ženski recenziraj. When we talk about ideas, I have some pieces of advice for you, and the first one is, it has to be something different. It shouldn't be something that you can see on every corner, something that all people are familiar with. It should be something that is new, something that is not seen yet. Also, it has to be something helpful to the community. I think that if you are starting a business, just because you want to earn money, then you shouldn't do it. Like, if you cannot help anyone, maybe it's better not to do it. So I really, really think that it should be helpful, and you should feel good when doing it. And the third thing about ideas, I think that it has to be something that inspires you, something that makes you a better person. I think that after this idea about ženski recenziraj, I think that I'm a better person now because I've learned a lot about myself. And, well, I'm still learning, but I think now that I can help other women, but also that I can help myself. So now I'm going to tell you a bit more about ženski recenziraj, which I mentioned a lot of times so far. So ženski recenziraj, firstly, was a Facebook group for women. I've started my career like a beauty blogger. And at the time, beauty blogs were so popular. There were like plenty of them, but after some years, they disappeared. I wanted to give like a fresh start to writing reviews. I wanted, like, when you want to buy something, that you can Google it and you can find a review before you buy it. So I created this Facebook group called ženski recenziraj. I was developing it for 2 years. I was completely volunteering. I was doing it all alone. I didn't have any business plans for it, I need to be honest. But then I noticed that it's growing and there's a lot of potential. So I started a website for writing reviews. So more than 50% of our articles are reviews. There is one thing that makes us different from the other websites for women. When you read our article, you feel like you're reading something that your mom has written, or maybe your sister, your best friend, your neighbor. You feel like you can trust this person. The same thing is when you read the reviews in our group. You feel like you can trust these women because they won't earn any money from writing these reviews. You will feel like, yeah, they're doing it just because they want to share something beautiful with you, that they want to give you advice even though they won't have anything in return. So this is the one thing that ženski recenziraj is known for, and I think this is like this little secret that made us popular today. So just quickly about our numbers for those who are maybe not so familiar with ženski recenziraj. So today our Facebook group has more than 260,000 members, and they are all female. We have a Facebook page with more than 80,000 likes and Instagram profile with more than 75,000 followers. So just a few years ago, these numbers didn't exist. It happened in a really, really short period of time. And I would like to share today how or what did I do to achieve it. Maybe these things will help you if you're thinking about growing your business or if you're thinking about changing your career. So, as I already mentioned, in the beginning, I was doing everything by myself. I thought that I can do something better if I do it by myself. But then eventually I figured out that I cannot do it all by myself. I think that all of you can also feel maybe the same thing, because we always think like, if I do it, it will be better. Maybe they will do something wrong. Well, the problem is when you have too many things to do, probably you won't do everything as it's supposed to be because you won't have time. So I decided to form a team, and I can say that we achieved it together. So I didn't achieve it all by myself, we did it together. The second thing that happened, well, I started working 15 hours per day. I'm not saying that you should do the same, but this is something that, well, I needed to do in order to make it happen in my life. Third thing is I focused on my goals. Well, I was a teacher, a school teacher. I didn't know anything about economy. I didn't know anything about social media. It was something that I had to learn by myself. So I started reading, I started to develop myself in this field, because if I was working in this like social media world, I had to know what I'm doing. And the last thing was maybe the most difficult thing, and it was to change and to choose my priorities. To be honest, a lot of my friends go for a coffee every day. They can go out all the time. They can watch TV and the movies every day. Unfortunately, I cannot do it. You always think when you have your own company, wow, it's so great, like you can go on holidays wherever you like, you can travel the world, you can sleep, your schedule is so flexible. Well, to be honest, it's not. You work all the time, and even if you're not working, you're thinking about it. If you go on these holidays, you can still expect to get 10 emails or 10 phone calls, so it never ends. But you need to choose your priorities. You need to know if this thing is worth it. When it comes to my job, I think that the most difficult parts are these here. So I need to admit that I am under a lot of pressure, because it's not easy to work with more than 400,000 women all together. And I was trying to make everybody happy in the beginning, but then I figured out that it's impossible. It just makes me anxious. The second thing, well, I have already mentioned it, that my job never ends. And the third thing is dealing with problems. Well, you need to learn how to deal with problems. In the beginning, it's really stressful. It's really difficult. I used to be sad sometimes. I didn't know what to do. But with some time, you figure out what is the best for you. Okay, so we came to this third part, and it's about your dreams. I'd like, after my story, that you also think about your dreams, and maybe is it time for you to make some changes in your life? This question, is it difficult to live your dreams? I'd like to share my answer with you. My answer is that dreams are not difficult, but your path could be. What I mean is that, when we talk about dreams, we always think like dreams are something so far away, something that we cannot achieve. But the thing is, dreams can be something really close to you, something that we can achieve. But your path, well, you need to expect some bumps on the road. It won't be easy always. You will need to make some sacrifices. You will need to change something. But in the end, I think that it is worth it. But if you are ready to give everything in order to fulfill your dreams. So if you decide maybe to quit your job because you don't feel like this is the right place for you, or if you decide to start doing something new, if you want to start your own business, as I did, my message would be, if you fight for your dreams, be sure that you don't give up until the last round ends. Like, it will be difficult. It was so many times difficult to me that I wanted to give up. But in the end, I changed my career. I changed my life, my plans, everything. So I decided that I will fight until the end. I'm not finished. I cannot say that all my dreams came true. But I can say that I did a lot of things to be closer to fulfilling, to living that dream. It is worth it. I did it, and I think that you can do it too. It's not so difficult, but you need to expect that it won't be so easy. My dad often says one sentence like, you're young as long as you're not scared to start new things. Like if you're not scared for some new beginnings. I'm still quite young. I'm in my 20s. Some of you are in your 30s, 40s, maybe 50s. I'm not so sure. But no matter that, I think you should start doing what you think is the best for you. I think that if you don't like your job, you shouldn't do it. At least you should try to do something in the background, or you should start, maybe not quit your job, but at least start, when in your free time, start doing something that you love. Maybe your hobby becomes your job. Well, it happened to me. So my hobby, writing about makeup, today is my job. I didn't expect it to happen, but it happened. So this is my message for you. If you like something, if you're not satisfied with your position right now, like I was really, really unhappy at the time, I think that you can change it, but just try hard. Don't give up so soon. In the end, I would like you to stay connected. If you have any questions, if I didn't mention anything or something that you think is important for you, please feel free to send me an email. I will gladly respond. Thank you for your patience. I hope that you will achieve your dreams, well, when it comes to business, but also when it comes to your life.
Our next speaker is coming with a delicious topic. We will welcome CEO of Submarine Burger, who I suppose you all know, or been at, but Luka Jureško, our next speaker, will tell us how to switch from the biggest craft burger chain having restaurants in Croatia and Belgrade, and moving on to a startup in the less than 24 hours, powered by COVID. Say hello to Luka and enjoy his speech.
Hello everybody and welcome to the 6th LEAP Summit, first time online, digital. As my presentation will be, and as everything we see today, everything is changing rapidly. We have to overcome new things and just go forward. Sometimes you don't have enough time to make the best decision, and I think this presentation and what I will be talking about is about that. It's to react on time and do the best you can with the team you have, because on the end, as you will see, people are everything. So the title is quite interesting. Well, for me, it was actually quite an emotional blast to the past, going through all the facts that we did and seeing what we did, because March 27th was quite interesting for us, but I'll tell you more about it in a second. So from the biggest craft burger chain in Croatia to a startup in 24 hours powered by COVID. Let's go like this. Just a little bit about Submarine. So we're just all-natural, homemade craft burger place in Croatia. We started 6 years ago, and already then we knew we were going to be a chain, so we prepared quite a bit. One of our main things we want to do is we want to have local, smaller carbon footprint, and support local community, because we want to give back to the people that give to us, because without them, we wouldn't exist. So we have our own recipes for our own sauces. We have 100% beef patty, which is amazing. You have to try if you didn't. Of course, I'm inviting everyone to come to Submarine Burger Places. We're open right now. I don't know how long this will last, but right now you can come and visit us and check it out yourself. We're really proud of what we have, and we continue to do our job. So this is what happened. We're actually planning some expansion a year ago, and we were in Barcelona, and people started talking about COVID. And they were like, yeah, something's happening, but it will never happen. Why would it happen? Things like this. No way. You have to relax. Why are you so... why? Dude, nothing's going to happen. We're in Europe, and then we're in Croatia. It's a small country. No one's going to do anything here. Definitely not going to happen. It's just a cold. That was the main point. I don't know if you can all remember. This is one of the very interesting things we can say about COVID. The whole world was taken by it. I don't have to explain it to anyone. most of the things are local, and you have to explain to someone else what it is. COVID is something that unfortunately brought us all together, and we all know exactly what it is and what it did to all of our businesses, depending on what you do. We're all affected by it. On the end, we said they will never close us. Relax, mate. Bars in Croatia, there's no way bars in Croatia will close. So suddenly, COVID is real. People are talking about it. People are saying, do we need to react now? Are we going to wait for it? People are afraid. It's something that you can't ask anyone. This is the whole thing about COVID. You can't just go and say, hey, it's COVID again. What did you do last time? How did you prepare for it? It was just like total meltdown on all areas. I'm talking about hospitality right now. So we said, do we have supply? What do we need? Do people have it? How can we get it? What else do we need? Do we need to activate delivery in all restaurants? At that moment, just so you know, only 2 restaurants in Submarine, out of 9 restaurants at that time, had delivery. We didn't have delivery in all restaurants. Delivery was something new that just started in Croatia to speed up. So we said, okay, yep, we do that. We need to educate everyone, adapt restaurants, put new processes into place. And then we have to learn something every day. But I'm just going to go back. When we decided that 2 weeks before the lockdown, we said, okay, we need to take this seriously. Something is going to happen and it's going to influence us. At that moment, we called all of our suppliers. We had a team meeting, and each of us got different things to do. And we said, okay, first of all, let's see our suppliers and see how much stuff they have. So we started calling them and said, hey, how much do you have? Are you going to be impacted if something closes? The borders will close. Do you have everything? Everything is local, so we're happy. On the end, we're going back to the beginning. One of our main things is that we have local food, local suppliers. This helped us a lot because all of our local suppliers weren't affected that much by COVID, even though there was a lockdown and they couldn't transport that much. But very quickly, this changed and they could work because they had to give us an option to work, even though we were in lockdown. So then we have to learn something every day. We have to optimize everything and find a better way to do things. When I say a better way to do things, we didn't know how to do things. So every day we saw things that we're doing and that we can do them better. But at that point, I think it's 27th of March, the information came across, complete lockdown. So just, I forgot. When I was doing this presentation, I actually remembered how bad it was. I would go to the shop, I would come home, and I would take off my clothes that I was outside in. My shoes were outside. It was very, very hectic. The fear was real. And in this whole fear, you have to say to people, okay, guys, we have to go to work, come to the restaurant, work, go home. How are you going to go home? The buses are not working. The trains are not working. What are you going to do? Can we use Uber? No, you can't. Can we use this? Can you use that? There are so many operational things that we had to work that just happened because before you would just say, okay, you need to transport this. You just call someone and transport. Oh, he can't work. We're on lockdown. He can't go anywhere. So the problem was every single thing that before you would take for granted now was a challenge. Almost every single thing was a challenge. After that, we have to find out how to adapt restaurants for delivery-only model. We didn't have those kind of restaurants. At the beginning, when you think about it, it's just a delivery. It's simple. Well, you serve food in a restaurant, so what's the difference? Now you're just going to deliver it. There is a whole lot of difference, and this is the main thing. We started a company from the beginning and started to learn how to be a delivery-only company or a digital company, as they call them now. Now, everyone knows what a dark kitchen is, what a cook room is. Before, no one knew what that is. They were like, what do you mean? You have a restaurant, but you don't have, I can't come there? I can't go and eat? No, it's only for delivery. Today, absolutely normal things. More and more dark kitchens are opening. More and more brands are now opening and working only as dark kitchens, delivery-only models. And they're working fine. Because now people, if you look at Croatia, except local pizzas that had delivery the whole time, others didn't have delivery. Before, you wouldn't order lunch at work. you would go and eat somewhere. Today, people order everything: lunch, dinner, pastries, dessert. Everything is ordered. COVID transformed Croatia to, let's say, the place US is so many years before. That delivery is a part of life, and this is what we had to grasp and learn and adapt to that whole model that we had to do. Another thing that was quite stressful is how to adapt to all of the regulations that you needed to do. When I said regulations, as this is something new and something that is happening to the government as well to us, there wasn't something that you can do like a copy-paste and say, okay, it's COVID, protocol 15, start everything, and here we go. So they had to start from beginning, and we had to follow those regulations the best we can. Those regulations changed very, very, very rapidly, and we had to adapt every day. This whole time this is happening, the stress and the anxiety and everyday problems of people at home and at work are growing. You have to understand that. I mean, it's not easy to motivate people to come to work. And this is, once again, I'm going to tell this in this presentation a million times. I'm going to do it again. Submarine people, without them, we wouldn't be able to do anything, because you can do a plan, you can do targets, you can do protocols, but without the people that actually did it, without people actually coming there in the morning and staying all day and working on it and learning and making mistakes, learning on the mistakes, changing that, and that doing every day for a while, it's extremely exhausting, extremely exhausting. So without the people, we wouldn't be there. The main focus of this thing was digital transformation. What does this actually mean? As I said, overnight we had to change the whole process and become a digital brand. And then when someone says digital, most people say, it's technology and processes, but it's actually not. There is the third component that is actually the most important thing, the people. The people still the people still work and manage all the processes and all of the technology. So without the people and without the education of the people and without the people there being every day again and again and again and again and learning the new processes, this wouldn't be possible. So once again, when we speak about this digital transformation, I think the three pillars, the technology, the process, and the people, we have to not forget the people. Often people don't say that enough, but in the talks, but I think it should actually be people, and then the technology, and then the processes that are going to be implemented to make the company a digital company, which we actually succeeded, because one of our main priorities from the beginning was not to fire anyone, to stay as a team in all our restaurants, because our restaurants were not made for delivery. The locations, for example, we have a restaurant in Bogovičova. Bogovičova is in the capital city of Croatia, in Zagreb, and it's maybe the busiest street in Zagreb. For delivery, the worst street in the world. It can't get worse than that. The cars can't come there, motorcycles can't come there, only bikes can come there. It's extremely difficult. You have to walk like 150 meters together. So from something that was our flagship, we came to that, well, do we need that restaurant? We don't. Another restaurant, Kalčičeva, beautiful street, tourists, pedestrian zone only. Worst possible scenario for delivery. Do we need that restaurant at the time? No, we don't. But we decided to keep all of the restaurants open. And at that moment, we're actually doing maybe the biggest challenge that Dragoljub, the CEO, has suggested, and everyone decided, along with Alex. Alex and Dragoljub are the founders of Submarine, and they're still very much involved in Submarine Burger. And they decided, okay, you know what? Let's use this period and actually grow. At that point, everyone was like, what do you mean, how are you going to grow? We don't even know what we're going to do. No, we're going to use it and we're going to grow. What is the first thing we can do? Look at new locations. So actually, 3 days after the first lockdown, we opened Trešnjevka, new restaurant. 4 days after second lockdown, we opened Rudeš. So we were actually at that time saying maybe we shouldn't open restaurants anymore, because every time we open a restaurant there is a lockdown. So maybe we should stop that. But fortunately that didn't happen. So I will come to the numbers later, but actually the most challenging year for us as submarine team was extremely, you can't say it was good for us, but it was, we did well. We're very proud of the whole team, and we actually managed to overcome a lot of challenges and obstacles that came to us without a lot of fuss, with simple solutions that were very quick and very direct to take care of the solution. Today, we changed a lot of the processes, but now when we have time, it's easy to be smart. At that time, at that moment, you have to really, really quickly react. This is extremely important to understand. So, we got this. It was great. Processes settling in, people learning with the new normal, great thing, new normal, everyone is saying new normal. Accepting challenges as they come, thinking to themselves, yep, okay, now we know this is happening, and we can work on it. We can go on, we can continue. As we said, and then the most important thing, we were educated about COVID. COVID wasn't something we didn't know. Even though every day we learn something new, even today, about COVID, and it's very complicated subject. But at that moment, we knew what COVID is. We learned how to work with it, and we were doing the best we can, and we knew that. It wasn't easy. I mean, someone asked me, so, oh, you guys are doing great. And I was saying, you know what, we're swimming, and every now and then we get a cramp in a leg, and we sink. And then the cramp, it loosens up, and then you start swimming again. And then you get a cramp, and you sink again. And the whole thing was just to keep the head above the water and not give up. Very simple, not give up. The whole team, never give up. Again, things are looking good. There wasn't any more calls at 11 p.m., 10 p.m., 9 p.m. What do we do with this? What do we do with that? Things started to work normally. Again, processes, challenges overcome, and we're working. And then, at that moment, 6:24, and we have this. Do we see that? Yeah, now we see. Something that, as I was doing this presentation, actually, it was very emotional because when you go back to all of these things that we went through, I'm talking about the restaurants in Zagreb at that time, even though afterwards other areas of Croatia were hit by an earthquake, it was like, is this even possible? I will never forget this. The day before the earthquake, I was sitting outside, short sleeves, sun. It was great. The next day, earthquake, and it was snowing. I was like, this is a joke. Something's going to, it can't be happening. Can't be snow, earthquake. All of the people, all of the anxiety, all of the problems that we actually put together and started working as a team together, here we go again. You have to understand that, you all know it now, but physical problem is one, but emotional, people react differently to different tragedies. A lot of people were affected by the earthquake, so it wasn't easy. It was very difficult for the whole team, and we did it again. The whole team, all of us together. Okay, restaurants, we were very lucky. All of our staff, the whole team, nothing happened to us. Our restaurants, even though they're in the center of the city, not far from the locations that you're looking now, fine, small damages that were actually repaired quite quickly. We were very, very, very lucky. But for example, in one of our restaurants, the kitchen is in the basement. How are you going to go in the basement after an earthquake to work? It's so difficult. To the people, this is why I'm going back to the people. The people were amazing. They were like, no, let's go. We have to work. We have to open the restaurant. We have to open the restaurant. And we did it again. So the biggest thing was for us how to connect to the people. Because, when you eat a burger, it's actually a feel-good food. And you feel good when you eat a burger. And the biggest challenge for us and the biggest fulfillment for us is when before you would sit on the terrace and see people smiling and see people enjoying the food they're eating. And, when you see them smiling, we succeed. That's it. You can't get better than that. People coming into your restaurant, you work hard on everything for the meal to go out, and then people smiling and enjoying that food, that was top. And now the problem was we lost the communication with our people. We didn't see them. We didn't know what was happening. And then we're talking with Matko, one of the delivery partners. He said to me, I was just talking to the other companies around the world, and they were saying, maybe try and personalize it something. And then we got to an idea, let's personalize the messages on the bag. Because a lot of people at the time of COVID, were alone and were at home, and they actually didn't have anyone to talk to. It was very difficult. The isolation was terrible. I mean, you were all hit by it, and I think a lot of you know. So we did this. We put personalized messages on all of the delivery bags. When we started doing this, it was awesome. People were so happy. People were like saying to us, oh my God, someone just said, hey, have a good day. As simple as it is, just a simple message. Have a good day. And people started getting back to us. And then we had a whole bunch of inbox messages with talking to people that were just like saying, you know what, this just made my day. I know it's nothing, it's just a burger, and it's just a bag, and it's just a marker, and someone saying, writing 3 words. It's so simple. But at that moment, we decided to, we all need some love. And at that point, we were already doing with one of the hospitals in Zagreb. There was a COVID center for all the patients. Every day we were giving them lunch and dinner, and we actually did that without any PR. And then the I don't know how to call it in Croatian, in English, headmaster or the main. He said, "Now you know what, we're going to do it." And then he put it actually in the media. We just wanted to give them a break. We know they have great food in the hospitals. That wasn't even the thing. But burger. It's a feel-good food. It's comfort food. You feel good when you eat a burger. You feel good when you eat some of our fries. And that was the whole point. We wanted to give you some love back, because the support, the overwhelming support of people for us when we got into these problems, and we were saying, we're in problems. Please order and help us keep our jobs. Because at that moment it was, please order food so we can have the whole team stay together. People reacted wonderfully, and without them this wouldn't be even possible for me to say. But yeah, they made it happen. Our team made it happen for the whole submarine to stay together, but the whole Zagreb and Rijeka at the time, constant orders were helping us. And people were saying, yep, I support you. I will order because I know it's local. I know through that I'm supporting other local places in Croatia, and I want to do this. So this was a great thing for us. To finish off this whole thing that was quite depressive and extremely difficult year, challenging, it was actually in numbers good for us. So 800,000 happy guests, 500,000 burgers, fries, beverages, and salads. All of this in probably the worst year for us. As I said, it was demanding, but we had a food revenue growth of 21%. We had 2 new restaurants, and then for this year, which is even, for some people it's even harder this year than it was last year, but depending, everyone has their own problems. For us this year was extremely challenging, because in our plan was 4 new locations, and again everyone was saying, why? And we were like, no, we need to grow. If you don't grow, if you don't continue to go forward, if we're going to wait for something to happen, we probably wouldn't be here. If we decided not to open new restaurants, I can openly say that probably Submarine would, I don't know what would happen to it. And I don't think it would have been good. So the new restaurants was actually one of the things that helped us grow as a company, but not only with locations. And so Zadar, we're opening this summer, I hope in about a month. Split, we're opening in a week, but having this powered by COVID thing follow us still, maybe 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks, depending how COVID will decide. Then we have Zagreb, and we have Rijeka 2 that we opened. We opened Bundek, and we opened Rijeka 2 this year already. So this will be, this year, 4 new restaurants, and we're potentially looking to open 1 more restaurant in continental Croatia end of this year. Why was all this possible? Simple, because of the people. And then if you go and check on our website, actually, BU, work and fun, learn and develop, equality matters, innovation and improvement, and just smile. And if you put all these things together, you will always be working, but you will be, let's say, as relaxed as you can be in the circumstances. But you will not fail. There is no way you can fail if you follow some simple things and if you believe in the people. And this is the fact. Submarine in Croatian, submarine su ljudi. In English, we are submarine, or the people are submarine. And then on the end, I would just finish with COVID was just a huge test, but you can adapt this to any problem that you get. You know, you need to react quickly. You can't wait sometimes for the perfect solution. If you are, it's not going to work. Adapt, lead, and then have a team and work with the team. Leading doesn't mean saying things you have to do, but working with the team, getting the feedback, and then continuing to work together towards an end goal. As this summit, for the first time, is online, but we're going forward, and I'm extremely happy to be here with all the great people that are working here. And thank you for having us in front of Submarine. That's it.
Thank you for being with us today at LEAP Summit 2021. We are finished with the day 1, but we are having the day 2 with interesting speakers and even more interesting topics. So be with us tomorrow as well, same time, same place, and goodbye from Bern University.